everyone. Can I first check, can everybody hear me this morning? That's good. This is the second day of the inquiry covering the noise effects of the proposal to extend the existing Arecleoch wind farm approximately 3 kilometres southwest of Bar Hill in South Ayrshire. For those of you taking part in the inquiry for the first time today or watching online, my name is Alison Kirkwood and I'm joined by my colleague David Liddle. We're reporters with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. We've been jointly appointed by Scottish ministers to consider this application and report our findings and recommendations to them. A member of the our IT staff will also be present to help if there's any technical issues arise. The inquiry will be webcast live and the video recording will be retained on the website after the application is determined. Can I remind all parties that electronic devices should not be audible during the inquiry session? It's anticipated that today's proceedings will run until about 4 p.m. We'll break for lunch and at regular intervals throughout the day. Can I firstly remind parties that the purpose of evidence in chief is to draw out the key points for clarification or to respond to any new points in other precognitions. The main narrative of your case at the inquiry should be clearly understandable from reading your precognition supported by your inquiry report and other documentation that you've submitted. The point of the oral evidence at the inquiry is to clarify and test the written evidence, not to greatly expand on it. Yesterday we heard from Ms Pat Spence and Dr Angela Armstrong. Ms Crosthwaite, you give your evidence in chief and Mr Thompson had completed his cross-examination. So we'll start today's proceedings with questions from the reporters and then following any re-examination by Mr Grosvenor, that will complete Ms Crosthwaite's evidence and we'll move on to Dr Yelland and Professor Alves Pereira. Now, I'm hoping that by the time Ms Crosthwaite finishes, Dr Yelland will have joined us. If not, we may need to take the evidence in the other way round, but fingers crossed. Are there any procedural matters that anyone needs to raise before we commence? No. Okay, then can I just remind people to use your microphones best we can, or we all have our problems with our mute and unmute buttons, but make sure you turn off every time you conclude speaking because it helps with hearing people clearly and it allows the camera to move to the person that's speaking. And if you're simply observing today, you should have your video switched off. Okay, we're ready to get started. I just got a question initially from Mr Grosvenor before I move on to Ms Crosthwaite. Mr Grosvenor, can you hear me? Okay, it's really just, we have a few questions on the applicant's noise impact assessment, which is Technical Appendix 13.1. Should I ask those of Ms Crosthwaite or Dr Yelland?
Dr Yelland, I think, would be the best person. Okay,
that's grand. I'll leave those for Dr Yelland. In that case, can we get started then? Are you okay, Ms Crosthwaite, for me to commence? Just got a few questions for you. If you could have your
yes, that's fine.
If you could have your precognition and your inquiry report before you. I'm going to use your precognition first of all.
Okay, that's fine.
If I could take you first of all to paragraph 13 in your precognition. And in that you refer to make statements about strategic environmental assessment and environmental impact assessments, and you reference two documents at 23.92 and 23.93. We don't need to go to those, but I just wanted you to explain the relevance of paragraph 13 for this application before us. What is it you want us to take from that?
Yes, thank you very much. A reference to environmental impact assessment, going right back actually to the fact that there wasn't a lot of public participation in the be a
Ms. Crosswaite, your voice is breaking.
who is a chemical engineer who
Sorry,
has particular.
Ms. Crosswaite, can you hear me? Ms. Crosswaite, can you still hear me?
I'll switch my.
If you
Can
switch
you
your
hear me
video
now?
off and
I can hear you.
yes,
Can you
I
hear
can hear
me?
you now.
Yes.
We can hear you, and that's
Okay,
clearer than when
my
you had your video on. So if you don't mind, that would be helpful.
Okay, my connection is not good today. I've noticed this morning when I tried to send an email, it was taking very long. Problems, but hopefully with the video on,
we can get you through your evidence, and then you can relax.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll give it back to you.
Yes, so this paragraph really refers to the whole environment and compliancy, whether in fact it refers also to the Aarhus Convention, which actually backs up everything that we do, and we're a party to the Aarhus Convention. And I was just explaining that Pat Swords is the author of the plans and programs, which is 2392, and he goes into great detail of why he considers, well, not just him, but why wind farm developments are not compliant. And he also goes into detail on other noise matters as well in this. He wrote this with advice to the Irish government. That was part of what he was doing. He is a chemical engineer. He has worked in Europe. He speaks many languages, and he is actually quite an expert on European law. So that is why I've referred to this document. I looked at it before giving evidence yesterday and decided that it was very complex and that it was maybe something that you had better read it by yourselves. Does that help?
Well, it helps, but I just want to be clear, what are you saying, and that how this relates to the application before us is.
Well, it relates.
Are you saying that you consider that ministers granted permission for this proposal, it would be contrary to the EIA regulations?
Well, I think in the way that it doesn't actually look at the full spectrum of noise, that there are parts missing in this for the environmental impact assessment, because that part of the full spectrum of noise is just not assessed. It's all only done in A weighting, and the A stands for audible. And I think that the evidence that you've seen before you shows that many people are impacted by not just the audible noise.
Okay, that's helpful. I understand then how that ties into your other evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next question is also from your precognition. If I could take you to, it's the last paragraph, I think 42 in your precognition.
Yes.
And you say in the first sentence that you consider that the Electricity Act tests are not met. I wonder whether you could elaborate on that in terms of what particular extracts from the Electricity Act you're referring to, and how you think that the proposal doesn't meet them.
Well, I think if we go back to what we discussed on legislation yesterday, which is in my report. in Schedule 4. I think that in particular, we discussed, I think it's 4.3, that's right, and the a description of the factors specified in regulation and likely to be significantly affected by the development in human health. And again, I think this goes back to the fact that people are, their health is being impacted, and that more than just the guidelines in ETSU 97 needs to be considered there. And so there, the other part was the above that, section 3, a description of the relevant aspects, current state of the environment, and baseline scenario. We questioned the baseline scenario in this, and how the monitoring has been done.
Okay, so I think maybe so is what you're saying, it's the Electricity Works regulations, the EIA regulations that aren't met, rather than you're not looking to take us to a specific in the Electricity Act?
No, it's the regulations. Right. It's part, again, it's the environmental impact assessment, and the fact that in 6 it mentions, you know, that a lack of knowledge has to be looked at. It's not just what is considered, but if there is evidence of a lack of knowledge, then that needs to be considered too.
Okay, that's helpful. So it's not an extract from the Electricity Act we're looking at. It's that part of the EIA regulations which you went over in detail yesterday. So thank you for that.
Yes, but that is part of the Electricity Act.
Well, that's your we'll look into that, but it's helpful that you've clarified that it's the regulations rather than tests in the Act.
Right.
In other parts, in the policy section of the inquiry, we talked about I think it's Schedule 9 in the Electricity Act, which was about the impacts on the amenity and the tests that applicants had to go through. But I just wanted to clarify that there wasn't another part of the Electricity Act that we should be looking at in relation to your evidence. But I think I'm clear now. It ties it back to the regulation.
Well, I think that.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have is from your inquiry report. And it's paragraph 20. You got that?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's really the first sentence of paragraph 20 says that the council's noise consultant ACON has advised that the methodologies used in the EIA noise chapter represent good practice and are in line with ETSU and the Institute of Acoustics good practice guidance for wind turbines. I just wanted to ask, do you agree with that statement from the council's noise consultant?
No, that is why I put that in, because no, I don't agree with it.
Right. Can you perhaps explain me, because you've stated that in paragraph 20, but it's not clear from that paragraph that you disagree with it. So that's why I'd asked the question.
I think it was there leading up to the fact that they objected to the amenity at Kilrenny because of the overpowering turbines on the visual amenity, without considering that that would have the same impact on the noise for the Kilrenny and Weeb.
Okay, thank you for that. If you just let me check if I have any further questions. No, that's all, because the other questions that we had are in relation to the noise impact assessment, and so Mr. Grosvenor suggested that we ask those to Dr. Yelland. So we don't have any further questions of you, Ms. Crosswaite.
Thank you.
Mr.
Ma'am,
Grosvenor.
can I just come back on that?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? Can I just come back on that?
Yes, come back on that.
I think I've had a sort of sorry to sort of just change it slightly. I just had a thought about this. Ms. Crosswaite raises particular concerns about the way the noise methodology was applied, particularly the selection of background noise locations. And I think if you could just look through the questions that you were considering asking Mrs. Crosswaite, some of them may be applicable to Mrs. Crosswaite and some of them may be applicable to Dr. Yelland. So without knowing what questions you're going to raise, it may be helpful to run through those questions with Ms. Crosswaite, and then we can say, well, that Dr. Yelland will respond to those, or Ms. Crosswaite will respond to those. Is that helpful?
Yes, that's fine. I'm happy to do that. Is that okay with you, Ms. Crosswaite? Oh.
Yes, that's absolutely fine.
David, do you want to come in?
Yes, I've just been looking at those questions again following Mr. Grosvenor's suggestion. I don't think any of them were about the locations for background noise monitoring, but maybe perhaps Alison, you could have a quick look and satisfy yourself that that's the case. And if not, then I think they might well, following Mr. Grosvenor's suggestion, they might well all still be for Dr. Yelland rather than for Ms. Crosswaite.
Okay, no, I don't think there are. We did initially have questions on the noise monitoring locations, but I think you covered all of those in your evidence in chief. So yeah, looking at these questions, I don't think that they relate directly to any of the evidence that Ms. Crosswaite gives. So I think we'll just leave them for. Is that okay, Mr. Grosvenor?
Yes, that's fine. I because bearing in mind that we'll Dr. Yelland to give his evidence, but you can see from that he hasn't been able to conduct site visits, so he can only refer to specifics in terms of ETSU and possibly cumulative, but nothing specifically more than that. But we'll go to that and then we'll see where we end up. I think that's probably the best thing to do.
Well, I would have assumed that Dr. Yelland will have had a chance to look at the applicant's noise impact assessment.
Yes, to a degree, but obviously what we prefer to do is do it from baseline, which is starting at the noise monitoring locations and then go on from there. So he will have concerns, but they may not be in as detailed as we would normally do because we haven't been able to complete the first part of the assessment, which is to look at the locations and site visits, which is an integral part of assessing the noise impact assessment.
Okay, well, we'll ask the questions. If he's not able to answer them, then he'll just have to be able to say he's not able to answer them. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Crosswaite. Mr. Grosvenor, it's over to you now if you've got any re-examination of Ms. Crosswaite.
Yeah, yes, I have. I just want to just hang on a second. I'm going to turn up my speaker because I can't hear him. The first point was regarding the question of the Carrick, the article in CD 21.16. If you recall, I forgo some of the evidence that I just wanted to run through with Ms. Crosswaite yesterday, and it was particularly regarding the section on INWG. And in view of the questioning that the appellants, the applicant put to Mrs. Crosswaite yesterday evening or last night on closing, I think we need to just step back and respond to the questioning regarding the first part of that CD, which was core document, which was CD 21.16. And I'd like to refer Ms. Crosswaite to work package 23.80.
Yes, that's fine.
And have you got that open at the moment? Have you all got access to that?
I've got 2380, CD 2380.
Okay, press on, Mr. Grosvenor, that's fine.
Well, the first part of the article was that a national protest group has taken a wind farm ravished woman under its wing. Then it refers to Dr. John Yelland and Alvin Grosvenor of the pair are part of the Independent Noise Working Group, which submits reports to government. In CD 23.80, I'd like Ms. Crosswaite to go to the executive summary of that report, please, or the extracts from work package 8.1.
Yes, that's fine. Yep, I've got that.
And read that out to the inquiry, please.
The Independent Noise Working Group, INWG, was formed during late August 2014 in response to the Institute of Acoustics, IOA, announcement of the formation of their Amplitude Modulation Working Group, AMWG. The INWG consists of a diverse group of experts and non-experts having independence from the wind industry supply chain. The primary objective of INWG being to conduct an independent study into amplitude modulation, AM, that could credibly scrutinize the findings of the AO-sponsored study. The subsequent INWG study, looking at all aspects of wind turbine noise and its effects, was carried out over the following year, with individual work packages released during the summer and autumn of 2015. A presentation of the INWG findings and recommendations was made to the government, DEC at the time, Energy Minister, on the 13th of December 2015. Reports from the INWG AM study are available, and there's a link. MP Heaton Harris was part of this, and it was his email address here. What they found was a failure to investigate the extent of the turbine noise problem. I'm just going to pick out some of them. I'm not going to go through the whole lot. The lack of independence of the report authors. However, the following important admissions are made within these latest two reports after many years of denial, that wind turbine related noise annoyance is associated with increased risk of sleep disturbance and stress. Additionally, the annoyance increases during normal resting periods during the late evening, nighttime and early morning. However, the potential impacts on health are still not accepted by WSPBB, which is the Parkinson Brinkerhoff report, and other reports which suggest a causal link are heavily criticised. INWG has identified a common thread of selective use and misinterpretation of evidence. The fifth bullet item lists a range of reasons that those affected by wind turbine noise and complaining could somehow be making it all up. The final two sub-bullet points items are particularly concerning, displaying a blatant attempt to negate the effects of wind turbine noise by shifting the blame from the turbine operator to the victim. Exposure, this is what it actually said in the Parsons Brinkerhoff report. Exposure to positive, negative media coverage of wind energy and wind farm noise and the activities of campaign groups and the sensitivity to noise and sensitization due to awareness of wind farm noise research. There is a need to commission independent research to measure and determine the impact of low frequency noise on those residents living in close proximity to individual turbines and wind farms, as recommended in the Northern Ireland Assembly report. The subsequent omission of the mention of sleep disturbance and stress is significant, and press statements made by REUK since have specifically claimed a lack of evidence showing a link between wind turbine noise and health effects. It would rather be an attempt by the Parsons-Brinckerhoff to close off any further debate concerning the health effects of wind turbine noise, which is of considerable concern to INWG. At paragraph 3.3, well, I won't go that, what it says, this is particularly refers to Dr. John Yelland. The report is very strong, clear and objective on the technicalities of the characteristics and causes of AM, but then becomes dismissive and negative when faced with the evidence-based criticisms, especially of ETSU and REUK. No constructive attempt has been made by the Parsons-Brinckerhoff authors to rebut the scientific evidence and claims presented by WP1. Dr. Yelland will be presenting evidence about this. They provide a distorted view of the work package, ignoring the vast body of evidence. And then I'm just going to go to the end. It would seem to be consistent with the current wind industry strategy of promoting significantly larger, hence more economically viable, but noisier onshore wind turbines. This is clearly, there is clearly no intention of dealing with the legacy of existing turbines and the widespread wind turbine noise problems they have created. The Parsons-Brinckerhoff proposed AM planning condition is essentially the REUK scheme proposed during 2013 with just minor changes, and is seen as a means of obtaining planning permission for these future turbines without any apparent risk to operating revenues. How to move forward, and then I'm just going to read the last two bullet points. There is a need to commission independent research to measure and determine the impact of low frequency noise on those residents living in close proximity to individual turbines and wind farms, as recommended in the Northern Ireland Assembly report, January 2015. That noise complaints from within communities and by local residents need to be taken seriously as being well-founded and legitimate. They should be thoroughly investigated, and that there should be no attempt to undermine these complaints as being as a result of mere annoyance due to a perceived notion that complainants just don't like wind turbines, or are even motivated by other non-acoustical factors. I think that this work package 8.1 rather sums up what our evidence has been about overall. Thank you.
Ms. Crosby, I wonder if I could just ask a question of clarification, just so as I'm understanding what 23.80 is. So, work package 8.1 was, we'll just take us a bit by bit. Work package 8.1, that was a bit of work prepared by the independent noise working group. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
And this is your summary of that document, or parts of that document.
That's correct. You have got the whole document. The whole document is, just hold on, I'll tell you which number it is.
Oh yeah, I see, it's 23.81.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay, but just so as I'm clear, in here, when you use, it's called extracts, but it's also got your commentary, hasn't it?
There's a a tiny little bit of commentary, but not it's nearly all extracts. The extracts are all that I read out, apart from a little bit of commentary that referred to John Yelland.
Right. So some of the text is in plain text. Some of it is italicized and in inverted commas. So are the only extracts those that are italicized and in inverted commas, or are some of the plain text extracts? Because it's not clear to me which is the case.
The extract that's in italics at the top of page 3, that's actually taken from the Parsons Brinkerhoff report itself, which we haven't submitted that, but that's actually the whole point of this work package 8.1 was that the author, Richard Cox, contributions by Richard Cowan, Bev Gray, Melvin Grosvenor, Chris Hanning, Mike Hume, Les Hewson, Trevor Sherman, Mike Stigwood, and John Yelland. They all got together to put this paper together to actually, as a discussion of, as a review of the Parsons Brinkerhoff Institute of Acoustics Amplitude Modulation Study.
Okay, so when you're using the italics, that's in the ING their report, the thing that they're commenting on. That's where you use the italics and the commas.
The italics from the Institute of Acoustics report, yes.
Okay, thanks for that.
Mr. Grosvenor, have you got any more points in re-examination?
Yes, I just want to refer back to the article. So can you just read the first paragraph, Mrs. Crosswaite, up from that Stephen Houston article?
Oh, I haven't. Just can you tell me what number it is again? I sent it to you this morning,
yeah,
I think.
It's CD 21.16.
Right, okay. CD 21.16. If you just give me a minute to find it. Okay, I have that now. So you would like me to read the first part of it?
Just the first emboldened bit. Just the first emboldened bit.
Oh, right. A national protest group has taken a wind farm ravaged woman under her.
And what is your view of that particular comment that's been written by a journalist?
Well, first of all, I wondered who the national protest group was, because I wasn't aware that a national protest group was involved. And I presume that is the author Stephen Houston's take on that he didn't understand what INWG was. That it actually is not a protest group at all, but it is experts and non-experts in acoustics writing a paper.
Thank you for that. The other questions, there was quite a number of questions to put to Dr. Armstrong and yourself regarding connections on past activities, so-called anti-wind farm protest activities. Can you just comment on those, please?
Yes, I think actually Dr. Armstrong summed it up very well, that in the beginning, when you get involved in anything to do with looking at industrial wind turbines, you're trying to find out more about it, you contact people who are involved in dealing with them. And what happens is that many, which is what happened in Ballantrae with communities against turbines, communities get together and form a group, and they give themselves a name so that they can actually be recognised as that group. And often they're not anti-wind farm at all. They're just looking at protecting their amenity. I mean, that's the bottom line for a lot of these people who and I was involved in Communities Against Turbines. I started in January 2011, and then in I think it was yes, October 2012, I decided that I could do much more important work on my own, researching things, and that was the point when I met up with Pat Schultz and Metcalf, but people who working with what is known as an anti-wind farm group, but usually they're just ordinary people trying to preserve their amenity. And so from there on, I worked as an individual. I think that that the developers try to make it that we are some kind of people who go on marches and people who object to things in an undemocratic way. But I'm here today having looked into these things and worked towards being able to give evidence on something like this by learning the facts and speaking the truth about. Thank you.
The question now.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor, and thank you, Ms. Crosswaite, for your evidence. That concludes your oral evidence. I see Dr. Yelland has joined us, which is good. Welcome, Dr. Yelland. Mr. Grosvenor, are you ready to start, or do you want to take 5 minutes to prepare your notes for evidence in chief of Dr. Yelland?
And could I just take 5 minutes now, please?
Yes, certainly. That's no problem. We'll give you 7. We'll come back at 10:45. Okay, that's I think everybody back. Dr. Yelland, I'm not sure. Can you see us? We can't see you at the minute.
I can see you, and apparently I can hear you.
Right. Now I'm just about hearing you, but we can't see you.
And you won't see me because of my
Right.
lousy internet connection.
Okay, that's then we have proceeded with witnesses on that basis before. Thank you for coming along today to give your evidence. I'll pass you over to Mr. Grosvenor to lead you in your evidence in chief.
Okay.
We'll be referring to mainly to Dr. Yellen's evidence at CD 105 JDY1 to his recognition, and also to Dr. Pan's inquiry reports CD 1528 and CD 1522. We may dip into other documents, but we'll see how that goes, because as I earlier said, that we've done an initial assessment. Dr. Yellen's done an initial assessment of the noise impact assessment, but not in any great detail. So we'll see where we go with that. So if you're ready, Dr. Yellen.
Yes, have I heard?
Can I take you first to your inquiry reports 23105? Have you got that in front of you?
You have?
Yeah?
Yes, I have. Can you not hear me?
You're very faint. You're not very loud.
Well, I can talk a little louder. I'll work if I
Are
can.
you able to speak sort of what I found was I kind of spoke closer to my microphone on the laptop. That might help.
That any better?
Yes.
Yes, that is better. Thank you.
Can you just introduce yourself by reading the first 4 paragraphs of your inquiry report, Dr. Young, please?
Yes, I can. I'm John Yelland, MAD Phil, Oxon, member of the Institute of Physics, fellow of the Institute of Engineering and Technology, associate member of the Acoustic Society of America, and a member of the good old British Institute of Acoustics. I'm an independent consultant with experience in many areas of acoustics and physics. My earliest significant encounter with acoustics was research into the high frequency acoustic impedance of liquid helium-3 for my doctoral thesis at the Clarendon Laboratory, Oxford University, over 50 years ago. My latest, obviously, ongoing encounter with acoustics is my research into the causes and effects of very low frequency and infrasonic emissions from wind turbines. And I've worked in senior research and development positions in and for large and small companies in the UK and Europe. I've been elected to corporate membership of the Institute of Physics and its offshoot, the ILA, and I was actually directly elected by invitation to fellowship of the IET. I believe rigorous application of principles of good science and mathematical competence that this requires, and indeed IT competence, which I'm a bit short of sometimes, are the most important attributes for a wind turbine noise consultant. I also believe that in technical reports, clear explanation is far more valuable to the reader than mere assertion. You're at liberty to read the remaining part of that section of my report. I would add to it now, hearing some of the comments this morning, that I do have some expertise, which I do not claim the level of a GP for at all, but in matters of hearing, because my wife happens to have suffered hearing problems all through her life, and is one of the few people to have had a double stapedectomy, which I trust you will understand. So I've had an element of acoustics, albeit rather high frequency initially, in sort of radar band frequencies, through much of my life. My experience of wind farm applications began about 2 decades ago here on the Isle of Wight. Planning applications for Met masts had been submitted to our Isle of Wight Council, first by Infinergy in November 2000, the second by Partnerships for Renewables. These are followed, as usually happens, by applications for wind farms and wind turbines. I worked for the residents as well as ourselves on this, and actually defeated both applications on noise, with the council recommending defeat on noise. In one instance, exactly noise alone. PFR, excuse me for a moment. My vocal cords need refreshment about every third paragraph, I'm afraid. My third project was, interestingly, I'll mention quickly the fact that the technician involved was the very first project I was involved in was very close to our home, and it was the technician involved came from Hawley, and it was Matthew Cann, Dr. Matthew Cann, who erected microphones in gardens, etc. But anyway, those two applications were refused, and neither side appealed, which we were most grateful for. Now,
Can I just interject and refer you to paragraph 1.19?
you certainly can.
Would you like to just read that paragraph out for us, please?
I haven't found it yet.
Can I perhaps interject, Mr. Grosvenor? The sound from Dr. Yelland isn't great, so bits of his evidence that we've got in front of us, he doesn't need to read out in full because we can all read it. So it would be better placed if we could use his evidence to direct matters that aren't just written in front of us.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just coming to that, but it's important for Dr. Yellen to sort of set the scene, so to speak. And also
all
we've got people listening.
This.
Yeah, I know. But I just want to do this in the initial case. It won't take too much longer, but I think it's for Dr. Yellen to just put his case forward, and then we're going to run through Dr. Cann's recognition in a bit, but there are some basics we just want to sort of establish first. Thank you. Dr. Yellen, can I just take this? Have you found that paragraph 1.1?
On page
1.19?
1.1, yep. Yes, 111.
11.9.
11.9. I will comment later in this report on the adverse health effects caused by high levels of infrasound. It is therefore appropriate to state here that whilst I do have significant experience in and knowledge of certain aspects of medical physics, including the human auditory and vestibular system, I am fundamentally a physicist, not a physician.
Can I just take you straight through to paragraph 2.2.1, physical acoustics?
Yes, that's an understanding of certain topics in the subjects of physics, human biology, engineering, and mathematics is essential to appreciate the quite different ways that the acoustic emissions of a wind turbine can cause noise, can cause nuisance, and can also affect human and animal health. Although these two causal relationships are complex, both follow clear and continuous but very different logical paths. And both can be explained by well-established principles of physical and biological science. My paragraph 2.2, which you'll probably refer to next, explains the basic physics behind these principles. And I'll just say here in the simplest terms, excessive audible noise causes nuisance, whereas infrasound, even though by definition inaudible, can seriously damage human and animal health. Now, my
Sorry.
section,
Uh,
yeah, carry on.
Point 2.1, you talk about sound in the human ear response to small vibrations. Can you just cover that point,
Yes,
please?
yeah,
Now
sound
we-
is the sound is the human ear's response to small variations in atmospheric pressure. Pressure, including sound pressure, is simply a force per unit area, and the SI, which is the systemic international unit of pressure, is the Newton per square meter. A Newton is the force. Atmospheric unit of pressure, sorry, the atmospheric unit of pressure is a Newton per square meter. Atmospheric pressure is simply the downward force of the weight of the atmosphere in the notional square meter column of air which extends up to the top of the atmosphere. The fundamental unit of pressure is thus the Newton per square meter, since 1971 called the Pascal in honour of the 17th French physicist Blaise Pascal. It took quite a long time to go through my report, reading it all out, so do you want me to go further on this?
I think the point here is that then can we just go into the paragraph 2.3, the human auditory and vestibular system. We touched on this a bit with
That's right, yes.
Dr. Armstrong, but I think it's important just to go back to it because we're talking about, or you need to explain the relationship between sound pressure, how it affects the auditory system, again, because we've got questions about the effect of infrasound. It's only a small effect or small pressure waves, which is what the Dr. Can's sort of asserting, that has no impact at all. So we need to get to that point. So can you just go through 2.3 and any other sections that deal with this issue, Dr. Yelland?
Okay. Perhaps while I'm reading the first few, you want to identify where you want me to follow. Now, the, excuse me. Yes.
Dr. Yelland, do you want
yes.
to take a break to get a glass of water? I don't want you struggling to.
I have got a glass of water, except that it's coffee, and it,
well, that
it
might
slides
be
down better than the water. But
okay.
if you put up with the noise, I can manage with making it.
Okay.
Paragraph 231 then. In the previous section, I covered the generation and transmission of noise from blade to eardrum, because that's what we're talking about. The complex signal path from the eardrum to the brain, though, is of at least probably greater importance. Now, in the middle ear, and you need to look at the pictures, the eardrum is connected via the ossicles, which are three tiny bones in the middle ear, the malleus, the incus, and the stapes, that's all Latin, to the cochlea. The ossicles form an impedance matching network between the air, which is relatively compressible, impinging on the eardrum, and the fluid, which is far less compressible, in the cochlea. This provides an efficient transfer of the tiny amount of acoustic energy reaching the eardrum to the oval window of the cochlea. And tiny needs to be writ large. The gain of the mechanical amplifier that I've just described, the ossicles and etc., is up to about 30 dB and is frequency dependent. An essential function of the middle ear is gain control. The ear responds rapidly to the acoustic reflex action to decrease the gain if the sound power level on the eardrum exceeds a comfortable level. And for loud noises, the stapedius muscle, not shown in figure 3, rapidly restrains movement of the stapes bone and thus rapidly attenuates the signal sent to the cochlea. And it's the stapedius muscle that, both stapedius muscles that my wife has not got. So I made something of a study of this. The cochlea performs a Fourier transform of the signal that it receives, by which I mean it provides, do we all know what a Fourier transform is? It's just the decomposition of a time-varying signal into its constituent frequencies to produce a spectrum, and we'll come to that more, talking about the actual wind turbine emissions. The hair cells within the cochlea detect movements of thousands of tiny hairs, each of diameter around a micron and a few microns in length. The hair cells follow the tiny movements of the cochlear fluid caused by the sound traveling through it. There is a second path which doesn't go through the eardrum, which is called bone conduction, because at the lower frequencies especially, it can become quite a significant part of the hearing pathway. And that bypasses the middle ear and transmits sound directly through the skull to the cochlea, which plays a significant part there in the hearing of low frequencies. Now, as bone conduction also bypasses the ossicles and the stapedius muscle, the inner ear has a much lower level of protection than the ILFN, that's infrasound and low frequency noise, at ILFN frequencies than the acoustic reflex provides at audible frequencies. The auditory system and the vestibular system use very similar technology. It's the same hair cells, etc., etc. Only it's in the vestibular semicircular canals rather than the ear cochlea, which is a spiral rather than a three-dimensional thing. Both systems use hair cells, as I said, to detect the endolymph movement. One, that the endolymph is the liquid in both systems, one for hearing, one for balance. And via the balance is maintained or not, via head orientation, velocity and acceleration and higher derivatives of movement. Amazing piece of engineering. The acoustic reflex has not evolved to protect the inner ear from high levels of infrasound, so will not prevent infrasound from physically disturbing the semicircular canals, which can cause nausea, motion sickness, vertigo, balance problems, and oral discomfort.
Mr. Grosvenor, just to make a point,
Can I take you to, at this point, take you, Dr. Yellen, to paragraph 4.8 of
Sorry,
Dr.
Dr.
Cairns.
Grosvenor, David had a point for you before you continue.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Grosvenor. I mean, I understand that you're setting the scene here, and you're quite right. There's a place for that, but Dr. Yellen's just read out 6 paragraphs of his inquiry report, which I've already read, and so I didn't see what was to be gained from that, because you haven't told us how it relates yet to the exam, the recognition of Dr. Khan. I mean, I don't want to come down too hard on this. It's just that if we just read out things which I've already read and we'll read again when we write our report, then I don't see that we're being as productive as we might be.
That's why I was going back to Dr. Khan's inquiry in precognition, paragraph I lost my thread. Dr. Khan, sorry, Dr. Yellen, have you got Dr. Khan's precognition, which is document CD 1528?
Yeah, probably in this somewhere. Yes, I've got what you're talking about is Arecleoch inquiry, Dr. Can's hearing notes for cross-examination, right?
It's CD 1528, and if I
Well, I've got
read
that's
it
what
out,
that's what I've got. That's the number of it. Yeah, CD 1528.
Yeah.
That's what I've got.
yeah,
And I'm on page 1
with
of it.
yeah, if you go to page 6, which is specifically the paragraph 4.8, and it says, for the reasons detailed in my inquiry report, it's implausible that the disturbance reported by Ms. Spence is related to low frequency or sound noise. And it is not in dispute that turbine noise can be audible at the property, and reactions to any audible noise source can vary strongly between individuals based
Hang
on a
I'm trying
range
to
of
find it here.
factors.
Now, would you like to redirect me? I'll sort it out if that is a bit better.
Yeah, it's the Dr. Can's recognition, which is
Yeah.
CD 1528. You should.
Well, yes, that's what I'm looking at here. That's what I said, 1528. And 2313 vestibular system, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, it's going to be valuable to read out is 2313 first, which is another potential mechanism for the perception of infrasound may be direct effects on the vestibular system, which by detecting movement of the
Sorry,
head,
I'm not clear where Dr. Yellen's reading from. I've got Dr. Can's precognition in front of me, but are we looking at another document as well?
Dr.
Well,
Yellen, I'm specifically.
What I've got. Can I speak?
Yeah.
What I've got here is CD 1528 precognition noise, Dr. Can, dated 26/1/2021. I think that should identify the document uniquely.
Yes.
Is it not?
Yeah, and then in that recognition, there should be in mine it's page 6, and it's paragraph 4.8.
Page 6. I've got page 5. I only got page 5 on that. And that's
well, let me just read that to you, and then perhaps you can comment on it.
Yes, okay. Go ahead.
I'll read that particular paragraph because it's quite important. It's Dr. Cand is saying, for the reasons detailed in my inquiry report, which is CD 1522, it's implausible that the disturbances reported by Miss Spence in relation to low frequency or infrasound, he's saying it's implausible, but what's your view given the fact that you've just talked about the vestibular and auditory system through the ear? Is it implausible or not implausible that Mrs. Spence is being affected?
It's not just plausible, it's also exhibited. What I'm saying is that there is very clear evidence of it, physical evidence.
And can you just elaborate on the reason why there is clear evidence that it's plausible? Just in terms of your evidence, you can refer to particular paragraphs, but just in general, I think that might be helpful to the inquiry.
Yes. In that case, I will revert to the relevant section of my report, which is the Physical Acoustics, Physiology, Aerodynamics, Section 2. And there is at 2.2 physical acoustics. It gives the information in much more detail. The rest of that section is really intended to help people and readers understand what sound actually is. And then it goes on to the discussion with the ear, which we've just had to some extent.
Sorry, are you still speaking, Dr. Yelland? We're not.
I'm not speaking because I don't know what to say.
All right. Okay.
I'm surrounded by bits of paper that I'm
Okay, I'll pass back to
a bit
Mr.
confused with. I think I'll go back. I'm going to go back to yes, I'm going to go back to Mr. Grosvenor and ask him to direct me.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. If I go to Dr. Can's point at 4.4, where he refers in Mrs. Spence's recognition CD 219, Dr. Can says at 4.4, I confirm that the operational noise modelling supported the EIRA took account of the sound ground profile of the area considered in line with good practice. On this basis, it's not expected that turbine noise levels would differ substantially from Dockrell Cottage and Dockrell Farm, as inferred by Ms. Spence based on the comments from the occupiers of Dockrell Cottage.
Okay, yeah, I've got that.
Yep. Can you comment?
The two properties are a fair distance apart, and one is lower in altitude. It's the lower one, and the other is pretty well getting onto the top of the hill. What one would expect from that is that the turbine noise would actually be greater higher up, certainly. But one would also expect the background noise to be greater because the wind speed is going to be greater. And therefore, the difference between background noise and turbine noise may well not be that great between the two properties. But that's because of the relative rather than the absolute noise control. And as far as infrasound is concerned, it's the absolute level of infrasound that is harmful or not, depending on its amplitude. So really, there isn't a great deal of difference between those two sites as far as the noise nuisance, audible noise nuisance is concerned, I'm sure, because the background noise is lower and the turbine noise is lower, or higher up, the background noise is higher and the turbine noise is higher. Now, I can't put the numbers on it, but clearly they're not going to be ever so different, but also the higher property is going to suffer more from infrasound, which is the real problem, not audible sound, as I'm sure Miss Spence will confirm, or has confirmed.
Can I then refer you to the paragraph in Dr. Can's precognition at 4.5, the subjective perception of sound? Have you got that?
Probably not.
It's in the same notes. You got that, Dr. Young?
Yeah, but give me a number, then I'll know that's my position.
It's the point that's beneath paragraph beneath.
I haven't got the paper.
It's the notes that we went through this morning.
Yeah, no, yeah, I know the.
Point 4.5. And the paragraph is the subjective perception of sound may differ due to a range of locational factors. One of these
Precognition of Dr. Matthew Cand.
Yes.
Well, I've got the right document and
paragraph 4.5.
the subjective perception of sound, etc. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
4.5, the subjective perception of sound may differ due to a range of locational factors. One of these factors is the presence of forestry around a property, tends to make it louder, and in the case of infrasound, it doesn't absorb much audible sound. It does absorb a certain amount of sound, depending on the nature of the vegetation. Depending on the season as well, if you've got leaves falling off the trees. The noise produced by the vegetation itself can provide increased masking of wind turbine noise. It won't provide any masking of infrasound, but of turbine noise, yes, which is what I've just been saying. The noise produced by the vegetation will also vary with the relative exposure of vegetation to wind, yes, I've had that before. The visual perception of the turbines may be affected by the presence of vegetation and can also influence the subjective perception of the noise. Now that last, how does it influence? What does this mean, the subjective perception of the noise? I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can't comment on it. And I'm also a little surprised that Dr. Cam comments on it.
So is that statement sound, or would you like to comment any further on that? I mean, does it make sense, or is it relevant to the inquiry?
Well, I don't think comments from experts in different fields are always very helpful outside their field, as I've demonstrated myself, I think. And certainly the subjective perception of the noise, I mean, that to me relies very much on psychology, and I'm not a psychologist, so I can't really comment on whether that's right or wrong.
Then if we look at paragraph 4.14, Dr. Can refers to the fact that he says you don't present any specific criticism of the noise assessment that presented in the EIA in terms of the applicable guidelines of HUR 97 and current good practice, but mainly generally outlines general criticism of deficiencies in this guidance in relation to very low frequency noise or infrasound. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I can comment on it. First of all, saying that it's substantially correct. And the reason for that is very simple. It's limitations of time. I have my own software which will calculate, or has calculated indeed, wind farms offshore and onshore up to a maximum of 1,000 turbines. The offshore with 1,000 turbines. They're in a fairly geometric grid, so it's not too difficult a mathematical thing to do. But the software I use at the moment for onshore work is really for one wind farm at a time, and it will go up to, well, actually to 99 turbines. We've got rather more than that here, and that's the reason why I haven't made any criticism of the calculation of the audible noise. And I also am reasonably comfortable with that position, because the real problem is not going to be the audible noise. It's going to be the infrasound, as Ms. Spence and others have discovered. Next.
Then moving on at paragraph, again in Dr. Khan's recognition at paragraph 4.15.
Yep.
In general terms, Ms. Crosswaite and others references and other references cited. It says Miss Alves Pereira's, but you know it's.
I'd like to correct that to start with.
Yes.
It's Professor. Professor and or doctor, but not Ms.
Appear to select a certain documents or evidence which are often misunderstood or misrepresented, supporting the view that low frequency infrasound from modern wind turbines is significant, but ignoring the larger and more robust body of evidence showing that that is not the case. In summary of the available evidence, this research has repeatedly shown that levels of infrasound produced by wind turbines are below the perception threshold and comparable to other ambient noise, and that these levels, no adverse effects would be expected from this aspect of the noise. Can you just comment on that, please?
Well, yes, I'll comment on it by saying which plays the highest note, a violin or a double bass, and follow that by asking a question, which plays a, what is the difference, if you like, between them, and it's several octaves, octave being 8. And you know, there's a very different scale of frequency and a very different scale of size. We are talking, when we talk about the turbines of you know, 5-10 years ago, of a few megawatts at most, and now we're going up to, well, say a few megawatts, let's be more precise, probably about 1 megawatt for 10 years ago, maybe possibly 2 megawatts for, yeah, when I became personally involved, what was proposed, and now we're talking about 5.6 megawatts. And that's definitely a double bass, and not in any way a viola or a violin. The large turbines are intrinsically much lower frequency, and the size of the turbine, the size of a turbine is, you could almost say that the frequency of the infrasound from a turbine, certainly, not so much the audible sound, because that comes from a different source, but the infrasound from a turbine is very much dependent on its size in a linear way. Twice as big, twice as big, half the frequency. It's very simple. Next.
Can you talk specifically to the length of the blades and your interpretation of how infrasound is propagated off the blades themselves, and how the length of the blades does have an effect, as you're just alluding to, Dr. Yellen?
Well, the blades, the rotor diameter, obviously, if you double the size of the turbine, you get 4 times the diameter, and hopefully you'll get 4 times the power. And also pushing it up higher in the atmosphere, which you need to do to stop it cutting the daisies, then you get more wind as well. So the sound from the proposed turbines, I think they are 5.6 megawatts, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, the noise from the proposed turbines, both in infrasound in particular, but also the audible noise will be increased in proportion to the size. And the ones that we've, the ones that have been cited, I think, I don't know where they're cited now. But the ones that have been cited, the existing turbines, I want to go away from that document now.
Yep.
And Yeah, I'm going to ask you to direct me again.
Well, what I was
Can I interrupt and say that I apologise for my total incompetence here, and I think I have mentioned it, but I ought to sort of formally mention that I'm not really fit to be here today because I had a very bad reaction to a COVID-19 injection. And
Miss Crossway did let us know that, and we're certainly sorry to hear that, and hope that you're on the mend.
Yeah, yes, but it does affect the mind a bit, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just
I'm particularly calling is that it was the Oxford vaccine as well.
Yeah. Virtual inquiries are more difficult, and certainly take your time to find the documents. Mr. Grosvenor will direct you to them, but
Yeah,
it's no problem for you to take a bit of time. We're not intending to hurry you. Just take your time to find the document for you.
Dr. Yellen, could I just go back to this this perception of infrasound, because there's a particular document that Dr. Khan refers to, and that's the health protection document, and he talks about, as an example of the discussion by Dr. Yellen, and that's your CD, obviously that's your inquiry report, regarding the human vestibular system does not reflect the evidence of available studies. And he refers to the health protection document CD 11.1, and that's paragraph 3.3.13, the vestibular system. And the particular point about this is he talks about that document talks about high excitation in the ear that would have effect. Can you just refer to that? The time.
Yeah.
The time.
Which document?
It's the Health Protection Agency document. It's particularly referred to paragraph 2.3.1, the vestibular system. And the key point here is that Dr. Khan's referring to, saying, which shows that any effects would only arise at very high excitation levels in the inner ear. And in terms of the larger turbines, particularly the larger blade and sound power levels, or generating capacity, would that have more impacts on the vestibular system or not?
Well, first of all, certainly it would and does. And now there's quite strong evidence of that with the wind farms that have been constructed with the latest turbines, which, okay, they're not quite the 5.6 megawatts, but there's 4 megawatts and thereabouts. As I was saying earlier, it's just the scaling factor takes you up in noise power and down in noise frequency. And, you know, if you build a big enough turbine, it's going to have far more infrasound coming out of it than audible sound. And far more electricity, of course.
Can I just take you to the point at 5? It's 4.2 at in Dr. Khan's inquiry report, and it states it is known that since the
I've got a precognition of Dr. Khan here.
Yes.
Mr. Grosvenor, can I ask a question here? Sorry, it's just for my notes. Simply, you referred there in reference to CD 11.1. You referred to a paragraph number which is 2.3.1. Was that 2.3.1 in Dr. Yellen's inquiry report, or 2.3.1 in CD 11.1?
It's CD 11.1. So it's a direct reference to a paragraph that Dr. Khan refers to in his evidence at 4.16 in his precognition.
Okay, thank you.
Then Dr. Khan refers to the government commissioned report in 2006, the Salford report, the so-called Salford report.
Yeah.
And he says that a government commissioned study established that the alleged levels of infrasound low frequency noise at 3 UK wind farms could not be evidenced, and that it was instead audible noise, which was a specific issue
Sorry,
at these
Mr.
sites.
Grosvenor. Sorry, Mr. Grosvenor, whereabouts are you reading that from? Is it from, I think it was Dr. Khan's inquiry report you took us to. I just didn't get the paragraph number.
Dr. Khan's precognition at 4.2, 4.20. You got that?
No.
I was saying to the reporter.
Yes, I've got it.
You've got it there, yeah. Yeah, it's in the precognition at 4.2. Sorry, 4.20. It's known since the early days of the wind industry that modern upwind designs produce lower infrasound levels. This is discussed at CD15 EIR.
Can I interrupt there? And
Yeah.
this is the upwind downwind thing, which is absolutely valid. I mean, there's it's claimed that the early turbines were downwind turbines, so they were effectively blown, so they had their back to the wind. And the consequence of that was that you got a powerful interaction between the tower and the blades, the blade pass frequency. But that was very soon stopped because it was in the amount of infrasound was immense and didn't do the bearings any good with that interaction between the blades and the tower. Really, we should only be talking about modern upwind turbines now, using the difference between the early downwind turbines and everything that's come since. It is really quite flawed. What matters is the modern design of turbine, i.e. the upwind design, which was when I started getting involved, what, 10, was it 15 years, maybe 20 for the first. So we're talking about decades ago that these old-fashioned turbines were operating, and since at least 25 years and now, nearly all of the turbines that have been built have been upwind turbines, and the problems arise because they've got bigger, not because they've got the rotor on the other side.
Can I just go to that report, because it refers to the Salford report that Dr. Khan refers to.
By that report, you mean Dr. Khan's precognition?
Dr. Khan's precognition, where he specifically.
Well, I've actually got that, so carry on. Yes.
Where he specifically refers to low frequency noise measurements at 3 UK wind farms could not be evidenced, and it was instead audible noise that was specific issues at these sites. Several international studies since this.
Yeah, give me a paragraph number.
What I was going to, can you just let me sort of continue with the question, and then I'll ask you to comment, because I think that's going to be the easiest way of doing this. The Salford report was in 2006. So we're now in 2021, 15 years later.
Yeah, exactly.
When the size and generation capacities of turbines have increased enormously. There was three specific wind farms, and just to assist the inquiry, they were Bearsdown Wind Farm, Askham Wind Farm, and Deepington Nicholas Wind Farm.
Yes.
Do you know what size the turbines were at Bearsdown, Dr. Yelland?
It's in the report somewhere, isn't it?
Not specifically, no. Let me sort of tell you this. the Bearsdown wind farm was 600 kilowatt turbines, and the rotor diameter were 44 meters. The Askham turbines were Vestas V47. They were 660 kilowatt turbines. The rotor diameters were 47 meters. The Deeping St Nicholas turbines were the 1.6 megawatt turbines, and the rotor diameter of those were 84 meters. And the Deeping St Nicholas turbines were the MM92 turbines. And I believe if you go to your inquiry report at figure 13, 12 and 13,
Yep,
which
that's
is
right.
page, I can find it, let me flow through. It's figure 12 and 13, towards the back. Yeah, it's paragraph 5.51 and figure 12, and there you've got the charts of the wind turbine noise emission power spectrum, A-weighted in black. Have you got that figure 12 in your
Figure
inquiry report?
9, figure 10, figure 11. Need to go back to figure 11, by the way, as well afterwards.
Figure 12.
Figure 12, yes. You're talking about the chart.
Yes, that's right. Can you just take us through what that chart actually represents, please?
Yes, it represents the work of a German wind turbine test company. Now, their clients are obviously going to be wind farm or wind turbine manufacturers, but they are a company that is very well established, utterly honest and rigorous in their testing. Now, if you look at the picture, the figure 12, it's a chart on the x-axis of the frequency of the sound, and it goes from 1 hertz to 10 kilohertz. So it covers the whole of the audible spectrum, and also a good chunk of the infrasound spectrum by starting at 1 hertz. Now, there are there should be another chart here as well, actually, yes. Right, we'll start with figure 12. The higher up of the two, no, I won't even do that, I'll start with the lower. The two-lobed sort of trace that's on this chart. The higher lobe at the higher frequency is essentially audible, and it's measured, accurately measured by honest people using reliable machines, so you can believe it. And we've got there the noise, the SWL, but I won't go into the details of that. It's just a chart of the noise that is considered to be audible. And unusually, very unusually, this particular manufacturer decided that they wanted to know about the infrasound. And the reason that that lobe is separate is because the A weighting that the industry always use and should never have used, the A weighting curve stops at 20 hertz. And therefore you've got this, the weighted noise measurement down to about 20 hertz, and then the unweighted infrasound. And that's the reason for the dip in the middle. Now, what I've done is to add another curve in there, which is exactly the same as the first curve, except I've removed the A weighting. Now, by removing the A weighting...
And is that figure 13, Dr. Yelland?
No, it's figure 12.
Oh, it's figure 12, okay.
Yes, oh yes, I haven't come to 13 yet.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
This is one bit I'm going to get right. And the point here is that you can see that there is quite a lot of infrasound. And as soon as you remove all the A weighting, which increases as you go down in frequency, you find that the real power is the noise power, whether it's infrasound or audible sound, increases greatly at the lowest frequencies.
And that just to clarify, Dr. Yelland, the unweighted is blue and the weighted is black on this figure?
That's right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Now, if we turn over the page, we see another graph which looks a bit similar. So let's ask ourselves, what's the difference? Well, the frequency axis, the x-axis, is identical, and the units I've used, there's two lots of units. So what I've done is I've taken the lower curve on figure 12, okay, and I've plotted it in watts for the lower curve on figure 13. And that shows you where the power lies, where the sound power lies. So the next thing we need to look at is the watts on the y-axis. And that's 1,000 watts that goes up to. Turbine's a bit lower than that, but not much. That's a lot of power. It's a kilowatt. It's the sound, that's an awful lot of power. And look how quiet it is once you get above the 20 hertz. The reason for printing these charts off is very simple. It's because dBs tend not to mean an awful lot to people, even those experiencing using them, except when you're comparing very large with very small, etc. And looking again at that graph, 1,000 watts, a kilowatt. Well, typical. Roughly speaking, that's going to be about one pop festival. And they tend to have about a kilowatt of sound power, only not continuous, of course, and probably more agreeable to listen to. But the point is, there is a vast amount of power at the low frequencies. And the other thing which needs to be understood
You okay, Dr. Yelland?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other thing which needs to be understood is that the infrasound here, going up to 900 watts, is not when there's a problem because of the various reasons for extra noise at night and so on. I'm sure you're aware already that, for example, high wind shear tends to lead to more infrasound. But that's, this is just taken in the middle of the day. These measurements were taken in the middle of the working day on flat land and a reasonable range of wind speeds. And it was a job well done. And I've used it to show that in reality, wind turbines emit an awful lot of infrasound, tolerable about during the day, but at night when it's much worse, it causes sleep disturbance.
Now, Dr. Yelland,
Mr. Grove, can I ask a question just while we're here? Because it was something I was going to ask, just for clarification of Dr. Yelland. There's just 2 points. I appreciate this is you showed me this graph or these graphs just to illustrate the point about the difference between A-weighted emissions and unweighted, which include the infrasound. The 2 questions, I suppose. These figures are these emissions from the turbine, or are the emissions at a particular distance? It doesn't affect the principle, but it might affect the figures.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying. The
second part of that is MM92. Is that a particular turbine model?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. I was just going to go on to that. Actually, you sort of preempted my next point, because that was the MM92 turbine was the turbine that was at Deeping St Nicholas that was part of the Salford reports. whereby the Salford report apparently didn't find any infrasound or low frequency noise, according to Dr. Cahn's recognition at paragraph 420.
I was asking Dr. Yellen rather than yourself, because he's the one
Yeah.
that's giving evidence.
Sorry. Can you just comment on that, Dr. Yellen?
Well, I can comment first of all that what you were saying was correct. So I can vouch for what Mr. Grosvenor has just said. The comment here is that one thing I didn't explain was that the dB version of the graph of the chart is also plotted, and the dB axis is on the right-hand side of the graph. The actual power axis is on the left-hand side, as I did say, and is the actual power in watts rather than dBs.
Okay, so the first part of the question is this output, or is this the emissions at a certain distance?
This is the actual power output, and obviously the emission, the sound level impinging on ears is very much dependent on distance away, etc., which we're well aware of, I'm sure.
Okay, no, that's fine. I appreciate it's there to show the general point, but I just wanted to be clear about
And if I could just take you back a page now onto page 33, no, page 32, I should say. That is the actual turbine. I don't know if it may not be the same one, but it's certainly the same model. And it's unusual. The base is unusual because it's got a microphone array around the turbine, from which Elements, the German engineer, was able to get the direction of where the noise was coming from. And this was audible noise, not necessarily infrasound, but there's probably quite a bit of that. And if you look at the strange sort of cloud around the turbine, you can see that there's definitely an interaction. It actually measures the microphone array, actually takes a photograph, if you like, of what parts of the turbine are emitting sound, audible sound this is. And you can see that there is still a small blade turbine, blade tower interaction. But you can also see that there's something happening when the turbine sweeps round in the direction indicated by the arrow. You'll see that there's most of the sound is emitted then. That's the turbine noise, the swish of the turbine, swish of the blade. And there's also a little bit at the top where the blade is getting a little bit unstable and tending to stall because of wind shear. Now, wind shear means you get a higher wind speed the further you are off the ground. And so that wind shear is enough to almost get the blade stalling, because when you've got a fast enough wind, high enough wind speed there, you have a situation where the blade is obviously going to be going round at a constant rate all the time. It doesn't accelerate and decelerate. And so it's when the top of the blade, the tip of the blade, isn't going fast enough to avoid an aeroplane type stalling. And now just turning back to page 33, can I just draw your attention to figure 11, which tells you, like most figures, far more than the text will. And that is just a sample photograph of whether or not wind turbines have blade flapping, blade vibration, etc., etc. And these are the resonant modes of a standstill wind turbine from a paper which is in a periodical that is interested really solely in the aerodynamics of the turbine. And the blades, if the blades were rigid, then it wouldn't solve the problem. because the turbine would be just too heavy to build. You couldn't build it without hollow blades any more than you could build it with a solid tower.
So, Dr. Yelland, if we go back to the
Mr. Grosvenor,
elements,
can I just step in a minute? I was wondering whether now would be a good time to take a break, because Dr. Yelland's been given evidence for over an hour now. Do you know how much further you've got to take, Dr. Yelland, on his evidence in chief?
not a huge amount. I just want to talk about the length of the blades and the energy coming off the length of the blades. We need to look at the 2018 WHO guidance. That's quite an important area that we need to look at. And I think that will be about it. We're talking about room resonances as well, the length of frequencies.
We've still got a little way to go, so I think it would be good to take a break.
Okay.
Let parties get away from the screen.
Thank you.
So we maybe come back at 12:05, and then we can finish Dr. Yelland's evidence in chief before lunch. Okay, 12:05. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, it wasn't very good, was it? Yeah. The door, you mean? Yeah. I mean, the problem is that I can't, I've got a vast amount of bits of paper on the table and I can't sort of concentrate on going through them when I'm under pressure.
We can hear you, John.
We can hear you, John. Sorry.
Well, it's just as well. Just as ill. Okay. Yeah, we need to talk without being public, I think.
You have to hit the mute button at the bottom of your screen.
Okay. Yep, I've done that. It should be all right now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Well, I've done the mute button. Oh, the microphone's on. I had hit the mute button, so I just turned, okay. I've now muted. Am I now muted? No, I can hear myself, so I'm not. How long's the break?
8 more minutes, I think.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think that's us all back. Before we restart, can I just check, Dr. Yelland, do you feel well enough to continue with your evidence? We obviously
Yeah, I
were
think so.
aware that you were unwell beforehand, but you obviously didn't ask to postpone the inquiry. But I just want to check that that you feel well enough to
Oh,
to
yes,
continue.
yes.
You do.
Yeah. Well, I'm here, so I might as well.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm going to cover a couple of points that I think are quite important, and then I'll leave it there if that's okay.
okay, that's fine. But at any point, if you want to stop, Dr. Yellen, just let us know, okay?
Will do, yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. Back over to you, Mr. Grosvenor.
Dr. Young, if I could just refer you to the point that we talked about the MM92 graphs that you showed in figure 12 and figure 13 just now.
Yeah.
And it's just a simple question, really. We know from the this research, the MM92 turbine, in the case of Deeping St Nicholas, was a 1.6 megawatt turbine, and the rotor diameter was 84 meters.
Yes.
What would be likely? How would this graph look if it was done on or a 5.6 megawatt turbine with blades at 150 meters long? Would the graph show any more acoustic energy, or can you just go to that, or just talk us through that?
So it certainly would, and the increase would be more than just the ratio of the power levels of the turbines. And I'm talking particularly about the infrasound energy, which is what really matters as far as health problems are concerned. The audible noise, it would be slightly worse than linear, the dependence, but for infrasound, it increases far more rapidly for the reasons I've already explained. Very simply put, it's because the frequency of the noise decreases and the amplitude increases. So you've got a two-edged sword taking you to more harmful infrasound.
And Dr. Can says in point 421 in his precognition, referring back to the Salford report, in this context, the speculation in section 5 of Dr. Yellen's report on potential mechanisms associated with blade vibration from the turbines, which would generate high levels of infrasound, do not seem necessarily all relevant. What's your response to that, please?
Well, they are certainly relevant and therefore necessary.
So would you consider that? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I seem to have lost sound. Can anyone hear me? I can hear no one.
Yes, Dr. Yellen, we can hear you. I think we've lost Mr. Grosvenor. I think his connection has dipped. We'll just wait a wee minute to see whether we can get him back.
Okay.
But yeah, we can still hear you. Mr. Grosvenor, can you hear us even though we can't see you? Might need to go out and back in again.
Oh, he's back.
He's back. Yeah. Can you hear
Sorry,
us?
I
That's
don't know what happened there. I think it just booted me off.
Yeah.
Perhaps it doesn't like me. I was talking, and then I had a blank screen. So
Yeah.
I do apologise for that. I had no idea.
It looks as if we're getting the message that your connection is a bit unstable, so it might be that that you need to turn your video off, which
Yeah,
seems to
I'll do that and see how we get on.
right. Thank you.
So, where was I? Yes, we were talking about the comparison between the MM92 turbine and the Vestas V150, which is the turbines proposed at this site. And it was just a question of the difference between the chart at figure 12 and 13 as compared to potentially what could be the increase energy, acoustic energy, if you like, Dr. Yelland, on the turbines.
Yeah.
And I think you were responding to that.
Yes, and I thought I'd answered it, but essentially the total acoustic energy will increase approximately with the area of the blades, and therefore it's going to be the square of the power will depend on the same thing, which is the square of the blade length, because it's the area of the disc that you extract all that energy from the wind. And the other aspect, though, is that as well as the power level going up in proportion, the frequency decreases. This is where I was going on about go down from a violin or to a double bass in frequency. So certainly today's turbines are considerably more dangerous, and it's not appropriate to compare it with the ones that were around the 2 megawatt mark, which of course the turbine I've been showing the plots, the charts for, is a 2 megawatt turbine. Big difference between 2 and 5.6, both in frequency and in energy.
Do you think this is just a general question here, which I think might help the inquiry? Do you think that in view of the large size of these turbines and the increased generation capacity of them, do you think that the setback distances from the nearest properties need to increase, or are they acceptable as proposed in this case, where the nearest property is 1.26 kilometers distance from one of the turbines?
I think almost certainly that is going to be too, or I'd say certainly that will be too close.
And what sort of
even if it was only a single turbine? Well, you look at the turbines that were at Hunterston and see if they caused problems at that distance off.
And can you remember what the separation distances were to the people that are generally being affected at Hunterston, Dr. Young?
I think it was approximately 3 kilometres.
Yes, they were. Then we come to this. This is all part of the same ballpark point here. Dr. Can says at 4.22, Dr. Yelland asserts that infrasound noise due to room resonances can be greater inside the house than outside, but this is implausible given the wavelengths involved are in the order of 15 to 300 meters in length from 1 to 20 hertz, given that room resonances would only occur when the room dimensions are at least half the wavelength. would this not apply for most of the infrasound range for typical habitations? Can you just comment on that?
Well, yes, essentially, it's what he's saying is that the room, you need a large room to resonate. And I agree with him. You would need a larger room than is likely. But then that's because he's defined the frequency as being 20 hertz. You know, is anything up to 20 hertz. If you increase the frequency a little bit above the 20 hertz, then you go down to a medium-sized room. And on top of which, the main source of infrasound is blade flutter anyway. And blade flutter occurs, well, with several cycles of movement. I need a paper and pencil to show this, really. The blade flutter is itself, the name tells you that it's fluttering of something which is about, say, any 50, 60, 70 meters long. Then the flutter frequency depends on the construction of the blade, but you do get infrasound from blade flutter, which is at a higher frequency, and higher frequency means proportionately a smaller room.
So then, does the length of the blade proportionately affect the amount of flutter and therefore the amount of infrasound?
Well, and certainly the length of the blade determines the amount of blade noise, and most of the noise from the wind turbine is blade noise.
So therefore, if we go back to the Salford study where we're looking at turbines at 40 rotor diameters of 44 meters and rotor diameters of 47 meters and rotor diameter at the maximum of 84 meters, how relevant does that make the Salford reports in terms of today's size of turbines?
Not very.
And yet Dr. Khan says in this context, the potential mechanisms associated with blade vibrations from the turbine, which would generate high level of infrasound, do not seem necessary or relevant. Is Dr. Khan correct in that statement?
Both necessary and relevant, I would say.
So are they unnecessary or unrelevant, or are they relevant? I mean,
well, I'm saying I disagree with Dr. Kant.
Yeah. So we've dealt with the room resonances because we were talking yesterday in terms of Mrs. Spence's room sizes, and Dr. Cand was saying that well, there won't be any problems essentially. I mean, I'm just paraphrasing here, because Mrs. Spence's room size are really small, and therefore the effect she's suffering is implausible. Are you saying
well,
that?
Hang on, we're only talking. We're talking about the noise inside the room. We're not talking necessarily about resonance. I mean, resonance can increase the noise in the room, but what I suggest is suffering from is just the noise in the room. You don't need resonance makes a bad situation worse.
Okay. So then can we just look at the paragraphs 4.23, referring back to the World Health Organization 2018 recommendations?
Yes.
And that Dr. Yelland, this is Dr. Khan's interpretation. Dr. Yelland has interpreted the qualifications of the research. I believe you've got that's CD 11.2 for you can find that.
Probably not.
No, I'm talking to the reporters now.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, Dr. Young.
That's fine. I've
got the right pages that I want.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry. We won't go specifically to that report because you've covered it quite in detail in your evidence itself.
Yes.
But Dr. Kand is saying that, or Dr. Yelland has interpreted the qualifications of the research reviewed by WHO as being of low quality as a criticism of the guidance and regulation of wind turbine noise in the UK. The comments in the WHO 2018 document were, however, made under specific scientific context, which was misinterpreted by Dr. Yelland. Do you have a response to that, Dr. Yelland?
No, I'm struggling now to be polite. I think I disagree.
Because you go through.
I mean, I fully understood. I read and fully understood, and was totally unsurprised by the report. And it has been suggested that it says that what is a real problem has been exposed in the WHO report. It hasn't been fully analysed yet, but it's certainly been exposed. And the criticisms of the report are that the amount of data on low frequency emissions of wind turbines is totally inadequate, that it's unknown. That has somehow been twisted in Mr. Kand's version comments on it as it being just that I've misinterpreted the report. The report I have not misinterpreted. It's pretty unambiguous. Just read it.
Indeed, and would you Mrs. Crosswaite was referring to Principle 4 in the reports about looking at community involvement and community research. How do you think that fits into the work that you're doing with you know, the Independent Noise Working Group and also additional monitoring as we were able to do it?
Well, what I'm hoping to do is get some real objective work done on that.
And can I just
measurements of infrasound? That's what's needed. I mean, yes. the strongest for me. Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but the strongest evidence that you could ever have for the emission at high levels of infrasound is the paucity of the measurements that have been done by the wind industry.
So that therefore, would you know, your involvement, as with my involvement with the INWG, how would you describe that? Do you think that it's part of a national protest group, the INWG, Dr. Young? I mean, what's your involvement with the INWG? What's the role you hold as a member, an independent member of the INWG, as a professional advisor to the INWG? How would you talk to that?
That's exactly what I try to be. I mean, I occasionally get quite committed, as I'm sure the panel will have noticed. But in fact, I'm totally committed the whole of the time. And at the same time, I'm committed to respecting my qualifications and competence and not going beyond them.
I think I can finish at that point, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor and Mr. Yelland, and thank you for being able to continue without the video element. That's 12:26. Do we want to stop for lunch now, or would you like to start cross-examination?
I think it would be helpful to stop for lunch now. Mrs. Pereira, sorry, Professor Pereira, then we can prepare. Oh no, you've got to do cross-examination.
We've still got bits.
I'm jumping ahead. Sorry.
You're ahead of yourself. No, the next step, Dr. Yelland, would be cross-examination by Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, do you have a view as to whether or not Do you know how long your cross-examination is likely to take? Is it something we can do before lunch, or would you like to start after?
Would probably be better to start after lunch, I think, madam.
Okay, thank you. So again, we're at 12:30. So if we start again at 1:15, would that be okay for everybody? Sorry, David.
Yeah, just a reminder about rules of engagement. Dr. Yellen, you're still in PERDA if you like, so you shouldn't be discussing your evidence over lunch with Mr. Grosvenor. I'm sure we're all aware of these rules, but just a reminder.
Okay.
Thanks, David. Okay, we'll come back at 1:15. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. We're ready to start again. Dr. Yelland, are you there?
Ma'am, Dr. Yelland has spoken to us over lunch, and unfortunately he doesn't feel as if he's well enough to continue.
Right. Now this isn't. I maybe need to take stock with David to see what are you requesting to postpone the inquiry until he's feeling better, or what did you discuss?
Well, we don't want to postpone the inquiry because that will cause lots of rearrangements. We prefer not to do that. Professor Mariana Alves Pereira is happy to lead from this point if that's agreeable with you. But unfortunately, Dr. Young isn't you're obviously struggling this morning.
Yes, I could pick that up. Obviously, we
considers that at this point in time that in cross-examination, particularly not that he wants to avoid cross-examination. I'm just wondering whether a list of questions could be submitted to him. I'm not quite sure how we go forward on this because I've not been in this position before, or we've not been in this position before. My personal position is that it would be unfair, and I don't think it would serve the inquiry for Dr. Yellen to attempt to respond to questions in cross-examination.
Okay, maybe take a short break for David and I to discuss. Before I do that, Mr. Thompson, do you have any view on this? Have you come across this in your experience?
Well, Madam, obviously we're all very sorry for Dr. Yelland and that he's not in a position to go on. And I would be the last person to want to encourage him to do so. However, we're left with his evidence on the basis that it's been given in chief. We touched on some unsatisfactory aspects of his written material yesterday. As matters stand, I will feel free, including submissions, to make comments about the status of his evidence because it's been given in chief and because of the unsatisfactory aspects of the written material. But I don't think that there's anything that can be done about that.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I suggest we take a short break just for David and I to have a chat?
Sorry, but I was just thinking how we deal with this. Firstly, Mr. Grosvenor, it's Dr. Yelland. We've obviously got tomorrow, and we've got that as a reserve date, and we've got since we're doing this virtually, it's not as easy to rearrange as it might do if we were all having to travel and meet in person. Do you think Dr. Yelland would feel himself in a position to resume tomorrow or next week, or is it more significant?
I think in the first instance, we can certainly go there tomorrow. It's unlikely that it's unlikely we'll get through Professor Mariana in evidence in chief, cross-examination and questions possibly this afternoon. Certainly, if we do, I doubt whether we'll get through Dr. Kang's evidence in chief, cross-examination and questions this afternoon either. So it certainly looks as if we will run in tomorrow. I don't know whether you would agree with that sort of assessment. And then perhaps if we can hopefully get through Professor Mariana's evidence this afternoon and maybe there might be questions tomorrow. I don't know, but you know, it just depends how long that will take. But one would assume that we'll probably be able to complete that this afternoon, and then that still gives us tomorrow, potentially for Dr. Dr. Yellen to be cross-examined if he feels able to, and then Dr. Can. But the point here is that we were reluctant to, and Dr. Yellen seemed comfortable to continue this morning. We were certainly reluctant to, for the cost involved and everybody's time, to request a delay in the inquiry. So that's the position we've come to this, and we want to assist the inquiry, obviously. So that's our position, but I would be very uncomfortable at this point in time with Dr. Yellen proceeding, even though he may say, well, I think I'll give it a go. His view is he's not happy to do so, he's not well enough to do so, and I think perhaps we can all agree on that sort of point of view. That he did his best this morning. Obviously, I was struggling to lead him to certain documents, which was difficult, but then we presented a case. The other side might say it's unsatisfactory, there's questions to answer. That would be the case, and anyway, we're on effectively opposing sides, so to speak. So I leave that with you to see how you want to go forward. But as I've said before, we do want to stress that we want to present all of our evidence. We need to have the opportunity to do that, and that includes cross-examination, re-examination, and questions, of course. So we will do everything we can to facilitate that, if possible, within the situation we're in at the moment.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And like both you and Mr. Thompson, yeah, the last thing I would want to do is to put any pressure on Dr. Yellen to give evidence if he's not in a position, not well enough to do so. And that's certainly the case. Mr. Thompson, Mr. Grosvenor, not there, but the last time, a moment ago, had suggested whether one option would be to put questions to Dr. Yellen in writing. Do you have a view? I don't take a position on that, but have you got a view on whether that would be workable and appropriate?
My immediate reaction is that it wouldn't be either appropriate or particularly practical. One of the difficulties that's arisen already is that Dr. Yellen's evidence, his written evidence, hasn't really foreshadowed the evidence that he gave today. So it hasn't been easy to prepare to deal with him, as it were, because of the uncertainties and what one was led to expect in the precognition is quite a long way away from what actually happened today. My position is that many of the issues that he raised, I can cover with Dr. Khan when he comes to give evidence. There are aspects, there are certain points that I would like to have asked him about, but I think, again, instinctively, doing those in writing would be difficult because then there are issues about re-examination and so on. If that's a possibility, I could think further about it, but my immediate reaction at the moment is that it's unlikely to be helpful.
Okay, so we'll maybe break so that we as reporters can discuss this briefly. But so the alternative position would be that we press on with Professor Alves Pereira, and we could take a view tomorrow as to whether or not, or Melvin, Mr. Grosvenor could advise us, if you like, whether or not feels that Dr. Yellen's well enough to give evidence, and if he's not, then we would just leave his evidence at that, and then we would just move on to Dr. Khan. That would be the guess the way we would do it. Can we take a short break then, perhaps until until 1:35 maybe, so that we can discuss this as reporters and then come back, or let's say it might not even take us that long. So we'll turn on our videos when we've had that discussion, and then you can take your cue from that. If that's okay.
Okay, thank you for allowing us that time just to reflect. Our suggestion, Mr. Grosvenor, is to pick up on what you said. If we move on now to Professor Alves Pereira, and take her evidence, and then tomorrow morning, if perhaps you could advise us how Dr. Yelland is, and at that point, then we'll need to make a decision as to whether or not we leave his evidence as is, or we need to continue at a later date, or use the written submissions. But we'll seek the views, Mr. Thompson, of yourself on that. And Mr. Grosvenor, if you could pass on our good wishes to Dr. Yelland, I hope he's feeling better, and I hope this morning didn't take too much out of him.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Thompson, if we proceed to Dr. Alves Pereira for now?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, Mr. Grosvenor, I'll pass over to you, and welcome, Professor Alves Pereira.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone.
Hello, we can hear you nice and clearly. That's good.
Good.
Are you able to turn your video on, or are you just...
Oh, I thought it was on. Is it not on?
It's not on. No, we can't see you. We can hear you very clearly, but
Oh dear, I have my video on. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, maybe, wait, let me see.
I think we're getting the yellow triangles in the top corner, which says it's whenever the connection drops. So I think we'll maybe need to proceed just with your sound. But if you can see us, then that's good.
I can, and the little thing, oh,
Still
I
there?
see, it keeps, I see. You see me now? No.
No. So I think it'd be better if you stop your video, then it won't interfere with your sound. And we'll
Okay.
proceed on that basis. Thank you. I'll hand
Very
you over
good.
to Mr. Grosvenor.
Very good.
Thank you. We'll be going to various documents. I think perhaps if we flag those up as we approach them, is that fine with you?
Yes.
We'll start first of all with Professor Pereira's statement of fact, or her inquiry report, which is CD 2386.
Very good. You can proceed.
Then if you could just go to paragraph 2, Professor Pereira.
Very good.
And just read that.
Okay, so paragraph 2 of my statement of fact says, I hold a bachelor's degree in physics from the State University of New York from 1995, and a master's degree in biomedical engineering from Drexel University in Philadelphia from the year 2000. My doctoral degree in environmental sciences from the Nova University of Lisbon in 2010 quantified infrasound and low-frequency noise within public transportation systems in order to determine how much exposure exists among the general population within the context of public health and among the operators of the vehicles within the context of safety and health in the workplace. In appendix, please find my CV.
Thank you. Can we just refer to your CD, which is CD 23.59?
Okay, let me just bring that up. One would think that I would know it by heart, right? Let me see. I have to see where it is. Give me a moment. Gosh, I had it all open and now I can't find it. Isn't that typical? I'm so sorry. Give me one more moment. I'm just going to go back to the original thing. How ridiculous is this? Okay, where's my CV publications? Can you give me that number again? Oh, I found it. No, I didn't.
2359, 23.
59. So
Yeah.
sorry. I had them all open and now I don't know where they are. Yeah, there it was. Okay, very good. You can proceed.
Yeah, I don't want to go through it in great detail, but can you just sort of talk to that in general terms of your expertise and your basic experience? You don't need to read it all out, but if you could just give an overview of it, please.
Okay, so In 1988, I began working for the Portuguese Air Force as a technical translator and was soon under the medical on-site unit at this Air Force base. And I worked under Dr. Castelo Branco, who is a pathologist and a medical doctor and a colonel in the Air Force. He had begun, back in 79, 80, he had begun an investigation to determine why it was that aeronautical technicians were becoming so ill. In fact, the initial observation was that 10% of the aeronautical technicians had already been diagnosed with late onset epilepsy. So that instigated the expected rate in Portugal is 0.2%. So finding 10% in a small group of people was astounding for a pathologist. And so I came in 1988. At the time, numerous neurological studies were performed on these workers. By the 1990s, this study had expanded to other groups of workers in other industries, because infrasound and low frequency noise is not only existing in the aeronautical industry. And then starting in around 2000, our group started getting phone calls from private citizens complaining about infrasound in their homes. And of course, we found that very hard to believe, because we were used to dealing with infrasound in the work environment, which are very, very high levels. But the people in the homes were complaining. So we just brought the medical tests that were applicable to the workers. We brought them to the civilians, to the members of the general public who were complaining. And lo and behold, the same positive tests appear in both the general public and the workers. Of course, we couldn't understand this very well, because again, the levels found in homes are very, very smaller. They're much smaller than the ones found in the workplace. However, we later realized in the workplace, your exposure time is generally from 9 to 5. So at 5 o'clock, you go home from work, and hence you are no longer exposed. But in the homes, there is no such respite. And so even though the levels are low in the homes, the time of exposure can be continuous. And so that's how we found that this is a problem for residential, for public health, because even though the levels are lower than in workplace environments, they, the people are exposed, can be exposed 24/7 nonstop. So that's how it began. That's how, of course, starting in 2007, we got our first case. Again, private citizens called our group, and this was now our first wind turbine case, and that was in 2007. Again, we applied the tests. It's a procedure, scientific procedure. We applied the medical diagnostic tests that we had applied to the workers and other members of the general public who were exposed to infrasound not caused by wind turbines. And we found in this wind turbine case in 2007, for which there is a paper that I've submitted, we found that they had the same pathology. So that's when all, so to speak, all hell exploded, because then that particular case went all the way up to the Supreme Court here in Portugal, and those wind turbines were removed. But it's a problem all over the world now. And as I mentioned it's not only wind turbines, as I would like to very, very clearly state, infrasound and low frequency noise in the residences is not exclusively a wind turbine problem or caused by wind turbines. I know here we're discussing wind turbines, but it's not the only case. And as I've said before, I'm all over the world, practically, people are communicating with me to trying to solve their home residential contamination. So that's my area of expertise. I can talk for hours. You have to stop me,
Yeah. Can I? Yeah, quite. Can I just drop on to or take you to your list of scientific publications, which is CD 2388. Again, I don't want to go through them line by line, but just to give a flavour of the extent of the research and the papers that you've issued or in being involved with, Professor Mariana.
Right. So again, my publication life began in 1999, where I published my first peer-reviewed paper, and it was a review paper which essentially assessed how inappropriate the DBA is if you want to quantify infrasound. So that was the first paper, peer-reviewed, that I wrote in 1998, sorry. Again, I was working with a multidisciplinary group of medical practitioners. So this included lung doctors, neurologists, endocrinologists, a wide variety of medical specialties. So within this team, we published numerous papers involving not only electron microscopy studies of animals exposed to infrasound under experimentation studies, but also of humans. If you go on up, I mean, we studied flight crews, both, so commercial pilots and flight attendants. These were, again, as we expanded the study from the aeronautical and military aeronautical industry into the commercial aeronautical industry. There are many studies, particularly in terms of pathology. We have found numerous problematic situations at the cellular level, both in the rats exposed to infrasound low frequency noise and in the humans. I should add the following. Again, we have been studying occupational exposures. So, and other groups around the world are studying still today occupational exposures. And occupational exposures differ in terms of exposure time. They differ from residential exposures. So again, the first published residential exposure I have, I think it was 2004, which is the people who lived across the river from an industrial facility. Starting in 2016, things changed. You see, all these studies had been limited by the fact that there was no equipment to scientifically quantify infrasound. As I'm sure we're all aware, the dBA is inappropriate, and most of the machines that are on the market to measure noise, they do not give you options to measure in dB linear, and they certainly hardly ever go down to 0.1 hertz. So starting in 2016, I became part of another group, a research group. Dr. Castello-Branco has since retired. And there, with this group now, we are really measuring, we are really quantifying and characterizing the acoustical environment that is existent in these infrasound contaminated homes. I must again stress, wind turbines are not the only sources of infrasound that contaminate homes. So yeah, so that's where we're at. We have a very interesting paper that has now been submitted for publication. We're awaiting the peer review, which exactly shows how it is that the infrasound acoustic signature is picked up by the human being, even though it's way below the classically considered perceived levels of audibility. But so I don't know if you'd like me to expand more specifically on rats and pericardiums, or
can I just take you to, obviously we're dealing specifically with this particular application, and thank you for that, Professor Alves Pereira, and that sort of sets the scene, which I think is quite important. Can I just particularly, before we move on to specifics in Dr. Khan's recognition, which we will do fairly soon, can I just take you to the main person that's been affected in this particular inquiry, which is Pat Spence.
yes.
Have you met Pat Spence, Mrs. Spence? Have you sort of done any monitoring there, or?
Yes, indeed. Indeed, we have. Mrs. Spence's location is actually, I think, the second or the third place in Scotland where we actually conducted measurements. As I mentioned in, I think, my statement of fact or my precognition, we have, it's ongoing. Our study at Pat Spence's house is ongoing. It began, if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to go back and see, but I think it was 2018 or 2019 when I first went over and I took her interview and I set up the first monitoring situation. Of course, scientifically, it's only valid to look at infrasound levels if you have all the weather data also available. at precisely the same time. I believe in the beginning we did not have that weather data. Now, however, our ongoing monitoring right now is including the weather data. So as I think I mentioned, we are expecting to have a full report on Pat Spence's house by April of this year, perhaps.
Now, can I just take you to your inquiry report, which is CD 2386, paragraph 7.
Okay, let me just go there. That's my statement of fact, yes?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, paragraph 7. Yes. Proceed.
And can you just talk to that, please, Professor Pereira?
Well, acoustics apparently is unique in medical sciences, where people who are in the field of acoustics seem to insist that if you don't perceive it, there's no harm. And a lot of the conversations and documents that I've been reading through for this inquiry they insist that if it's below threshold, if it's below perception, that no harm can come. Well, look, not only is this unique in medical sciences, as we all as human beings would agree, we do not need to perceive the thing for the thing to be bad for us. I mean, should I mention what's going on in the world right now? Viruses, we don't perceive viruses, and yet they're bad for us. We don't perceive cancerous tumors growing in our bodies, and yet they're really bad for us. We don't perceive X-rays, and they can be bad for us. Ultraviolet, I mean, how many cases do you want? Bacteria, we don't perceive. And yet, with acoustics, a group of people, usually, there's a historical reason for this. It's not that they all got together and ganged up on this unscientific principle and just hashed on it. There is a historical reason why people believe that what you can't hear won't hurt you. However, if these people are scientists, then they should also be aware of the 1978 study done by the French, where they exposed genetically deaf mice. These are mice that cannot hear by birth, and exposed them to infrasound, and their performance decreased swimming performance. They were measuring the swimming performance of these mice, and they compared the genetically deaf mice to the normal hearing mice exposed to infrasound, and both had a decrease in performance. So to insist and continue insisting that if you don't hear it, it won't be bad for you, and then throwing out all these, audibility threshold limits, it's like as is talking about the color of the number 5. We're not talking about the same thing. So I don't know if that's and in fact, nowadays, because infrasound is indeed a problem, whether people would like to admit it or not, infrasound is being studied today in depth, in real science, by the Chinese scientists. And you're probably asking yourselves, why the heck are the Chinese now studying the infrasound with such, such strength and such determination? And basically, it's because of their space program. You cannot send workers up into space and then have them flip out in the middle of the mission and jeopardizing the whole mission. So infrasound is very well being studied, and I have put some titles here just so you have an idea of the severity and the gravity of what happens when you are exposed to infrasound. I should also mention these studies of the Chinese. They are exposing these animals to 2 hours a day for like 14 or 15 days, sometimes a month, but 2 hours a day. And so the residents in contaminated homes are getting exposed 24/7. So, yeah, and, just to give you an idea, there's damage to the hippocampus. Hippocampus is a part of your brain. There's many, and these are just the brain. Microglial cells are affected. They even are determining the pathways for infrasound-induced pathology in the brain. because then there's a whole other group that is studying what's happening in the heart and what's happening to endocrinology and what's happening to the immune system. These Chinese scientists have already determined that, for example, there are significant effects in the reproductive organs, both in the testes of the males and in the uterus and ovaries of females. So, it's to say that what you can't hear doesn't hurt you, and it's all for the audibility of it is very antiquated and not scientifically defensible anymore.
Thank you for that, Professor Pereira. Can I take you to Dr. Can's inquiry reports?
Okay, let me just pull that up. I hope I can pull it up quicker than the other ones.
And that's CD 1522.
Yes, I have it.
Okay.
Yes.
In particular, I just want to look at the statements at paragraph 4.8. Have you got that there?
4.8 here. For the reasons detailed in my inquiry, is that the one?
4.8 in his inquiry reports begins the associated fluctuations of pressure. Have you got that?
4.18 or 4.8?
4.8.
Of Dr. Cand?
Yeah, Dr. Can's inquiry reports.
Oh, not the precognition. Oh, dear.
No, sorry, it's the inquiry report.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to come on to precognition in a minute. But
I'm so sorry. I'm going to need that number again.
It's 15.22. Document CD 1522.
Very good. And what's the paragraph now?
4.8.
Okay, let me see. 4.8. Where are we? Oh dear. 4.8. The associated fluctuations of pressure of the order of 1/10 of a Pascal, equivalent to static pressure created by. They are such that they can have no effect on the human body, either directly or in terms of audibility and annoyance. Similar levels are present in the natural noise environment created by wind or atmospheric effects. Yes? And
yes. Can you just talk to that, please?
look, I don't know what are Dr. Can's qualifications, apart from the fact that he's an acoustician, but I would never make this statement. And I would venture to say that I have a bit more knowledge about what happens biologically with infrasound exposure than does Dr. Can. But again, I do not have his CV. I don't know what his expertise is. I would just like the inquiry reporters to understand that 1/10 of a Pascal is, they're saying here, it has no effect. Well, the definition of decibel refers to the reference pressure. Reference pressure, for the definition of decibel, reference pressure is the minimum pressure required for the human to hear a sound. And that minimum pressure required for the human to hear a sound is 2 micropascals, so 2 millionths of a Pascal. So to say that 1/10 of a Pascal has no effect, when the definition of decibel refers, by definition, here, I don't know where this is coming from. And, it's very difficult when people don't have a scientific basis of what biology is, of how the brain reacts, So I don't want to be disrespectful, but I give no credence to what is here. They are as such that they can have no effect on the human body. I've been in this for 30 years, and I wouldn't dare say a sentence like this because there's no evidence for that either way. So how could you even say this? Either directly or in terms of audibility and annoyance? Look, we're still studying this. So to come out with these statements, it's just, it's incorrect to do so. I mean, one could say perhaps, or it may be difficult to understand how, but to just, you know, just state that there is no effect is outrageous. And I you know, we should stop this. Yes. Oops, I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Can I just move on to the next paragraph, which is 4.10 and 4.11? Could you just talk to those just in broad terms? Because in 4.12, it cites the theories of Mariana Alves Pereira's, but these have been widely discredited. Can you just comment on that, please?
Okay, so for 10, although not perceptible by humans, infrasound signal can be detected using sensitive equipment. You see, although not perceptible by humans, what does that mean? What does that mean? Not perceptible by humans via the auditory system, or not perceptible by the human brain? You see, these sentences are, you know, lacking in scientific correctness. So for 11, a large number of claims about infrasound in general and specifically in relation to wind turbine noise are publicly circulated on the internet, some of which are repeated by Ms. Crossway. Several of these are reviewed by Bowdler, which explains why these are unfounded. Okay, and then for 12, cites the theories of Mariana. Yeah, well, they're not my theories, but okay, let's just move on with that. They're really not my theories. And if we really want to go this, infrasound has been studied on humans since the 1960s Apollo space program. At the same time, the Russians were also studying, the Soviets at the time were also studying infrasound effects on humans for the same reasons that the Chinese are studying them today, because you cannot put workers up in infrasound and have a mission jeopardized. So, but yes, so okay, they're not my theories, but I agree with them. Long-term experience, criminological. That's right. You see, when we talk about our group, when we talk about what we talk about, we back it up with medical diagnostic tests. In 1980s, the aeronautical workers got brain MRIs, right? So we could see the lesions in the brain. So we're not claiming anything. We're showing evidence, scientific evidence based on medical diagnostic tests. Now, annoyance, as was mentioned above, annoyance, believe it or not, annoyance is not a medical parameter. Blood pressure is, levels of circulating antibodies is, but annoyance is an absolutely subjective parameter that is not used in medical sciences. So this is an example. I don't know if I'm going off on a tangent, but again, you know, there's no, you know, we are not the first. The Portuguese group in 1980s was not the first to talk about this. We have Grekovskaya in 1960s talking about the vibro noise pathology. Then we have Ismarov in 1990s talking about the infrasonic effects on man. So this did not start with us. In fact, you can go all the way back to 1946, where a Mr. Dart was studying the health of aeronautical workers in the Detroit aircraft manufacturing plant. There's no Detroit manufacturing plant anymore, but in 1946 there was. So, you know, today, of course, a lot of this stuff is classified material. Today, you get this on aircraft carriers. Workers of aircraft carriers having significant pathology, significant absences of mind, so to speak, where they just walk off the plank of the deck of the aircraft carrier and die. But others just walk right into the propellers of aircraft or the jet exhaust of aircraft and die. So these people do not have suicidal tendencies. They have no idea what they're doing. It's called automatisms. So, you know, again, what is difficult here is that this is now happening in homes, to mom and dad, to little kids, and of course to animals. Animals don't complain. Animals just die or stop eating or just behave abnormally for that.
I wonder if I can just interject for a moment.
Please.
So at one level, there's obviously evidence here about the extent whether infrasound has these kind of effects on people and the extent to which it can, and that's fine. It's not our task to take a view on that. What we need to do is determine whether or advise ministers on whether or not they should consent this wind farm, and do that with reference to policy, advice, and evidence, and the kind of evidence we're getting today. So it's just Dr. Grosvenor and Professor Alves-Pereira, the more we hear about what this means for this wind farm, the more useful it's going to be to us. The focus needs to be a narrow one rather than a wider one.
I accept that, sir. But the next point I was going to talk to, or just ask Professor Alves-Pereira to go to, and bearing in mind that we've got evidence before the inquiry by an acoustician that is seeking to seriously challenge and denigrate, in fact, by saying that all of these studies have been discredited. We're not using this. We're not using this phraseology. We've declined to comment on the paper by Mike Barnard that the applicant chose to put in. We're not going to go there, but it's there. It's been lodged. We were surprised it was lodged. But the next point I want to take Professor Pereira to is the CD 11.4, which is part of Dr. Khan's evidence, which is a paper produced by Mr. Bowdler. Please.
Oh, yes. Yes, I have that here. The, what is it called? The myth or something about a myth. No, the short history of the dangers of infrasound, right?
Can I just take you to, so we don't get into this too far, can you just look at on top this sorry, number 1 abstract? Can you just read the first sentence, please?
Yes. There are clusters of people round a few wind farms in various parts of the world who are ill with a wide range of symptoms that we can call wind turbine syndrome. Many neighbors believe this to be due to infrasound, but in reality is a consequence of annoyance related to the turbines generally.
Can you just comment to the statement that in reality?
Well, where's the basis for this? Where's the science for this? So it's annoyance could, oh, well, how about this? How about explain to me in medical terms what is annoyance, right? Medical, this is medical, right? People are getting sick, right? So the medical community should be evaluating what is annoyance, right? Why do people feel annoyed? What is annoyance? So I gave a cursory look to this. I do not know what are Mr. Bowdler's academic, standings. I don't know what he studied to be able to put out this paper. I quickly looking at the references, I see that it lacks an important reference, what I would find an important reference in a paper with this title, which is the 1973 meeting organized by the French National Research Council, totally dedicated to infrasound. And this is a book, you can read it. And scientists from the Soviet Union, the United States, and Europe attended this meeting. They all discussed the effects on health of infrasound. No wind turbines at that time. It was all about the airports and the exhaust manifolds and the HVAC systems. Nothing about wind turbines. And already then, it was a worry. In 1973, how come this is not in this paper? I find that extraordinary. Moreover, because the heels of that 1973 meeting, I again repeat, organized by the French National Research Council, on the heels of that meeting, the Soviets went back and established infrasound legislation. So how come these facts are not mentioned in a short history of the dangers of infrasound? I don't understand this. And again, annoyance is not a medical parameter. If somebody could, it's very interesting, all the different definitions that one has for annoyance. But if someone could come and give me an organic basis, any disease, if any real problem with your body, there's an organic basis for it. Of course, it can be psychosomatic, which doesn't mean there isn't an organic basis for it. But annoyance, what does that mean? What is that? So I have a very, and again, the whole tenor of this paper, if it's supposed to be academic, is very shoddy, in my opinion. I would have great reservations if I had to peer review this paper. So, and again, the conclusions, there is something about infrasound that invokes an air of mystery, maybe for Mr. Bowdler, because it is not well understood and it is easy sensationalized. Really? I work in science. I don't know where he's coming up with this. Some of these events I have related may be amusing, but people who are ill near wind farms are genuinely ill. So now they're really ill. It is a public health issue, albeit not a large one in terms of numbers. Well, that's because wind turbines are put in rural areas, right? Because if you put wind turbines in cities, then the numbers would go up increasingly. But even then, this is not right, because with the amount of wind turbines that are still being installed, with the ones already installed, the numbers are actually increasing exponentially. But there you go. Focusing on infrasound is not helping those people. Okay.
Can I now go to Dr. Khan's precognition, which is CD 1528?
Okay.
Have you got that there? CD.
Yeah, pull it up. Yes, I have that one. Okay.
And can I take you to paragraph 8.4? Sorry, 4.8. 4.8.
4.8.
And
for the reasons, for the reasons detailed in my inquiry, it is implausible that the disturbance reported by Ms. Spence is related to low frequency infrasound or infrasound noise. Really? Well, how can people say this? Implausible? Again, I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know Dr. Khan's academic background. I don't know if he has any biological knowledge under his belt. But for sure he doesn't, because implausible, what do you know? What does he know? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but of course my question is, what does Dr. Khan know about the interaction of biological tissue and infrasound? I mean, from other things that I've read here, he apparently places a great deal of weight on whether or not things are perceived. And then we're back to square one. Do we need to perceive the agent of disease for it to be bad for us? In medical sciences, the outright answer is no. So I don't know what else to say about this. It's implausible maybe for him because he doesn't have the necessary background. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but this wording, these sentences are just incredible. I mean, one should never say this. It's not good. It's not correct. It's not ethical either.
Again, referring to Dr. Khan's precognition, can I take you to paragraph 4.15, please?
15. Okay, so in general terms, Ms. Crothwaite and Ms. Alves Pereira and Dr. Yellen appear to select certain documents or evidence which are often misunderstood or misrepresented. Supporting the view that low-frequency infrasound from modern wind turbines is significant, but ignoring the larger, more robust body of evidence showing that this is not the case. There's a robust body of evidence showing that this is not the case? Please show me this robust body of evidence. Is this robust body of evidence evaluating annoyance and measuring infrasound in dBAs? Is that what it is? I mean, I don't know what to say to this, Mr. Grosvenor. I really don't know what to say to this. Let's discuss this robust body of evidence which is purported to exist.
Unfortunately, we haven't got much evidence presented. I don't want to go to all of the CDs, the few CDs that there are. I don't see any merit in that. But can I take you to paragraph 4.17, please?
In the same document, yes. Another example is Alsper et al., which claims there is a shortage of studies that poorly evaluate the biological response to infrasonic or low-frequency airborne waves, but does not reference many of the key reference studies in the literature on this subject. Oh, again, you know, which ones? Which ones? What, the Health Canada study that measured in dBAs? And oh, yes, they went into dBCs a little bit. Come on. You know, if, you know, I don't know, obviously these people are not trained in the science, in performing science or doing work within the axioms of the scientific method. But you see, what is it, reference several studies saying occupational is very high levels infrasound region. This is not relevant to considerations of wind turbine. Yes, and you know, look, it's always the same story. If it is admitted that infrasound exists, then the counterpoint is, well, it's there, but it's too low to be heard. And then, well, yes, it's there, but it's at levels so low that compared to the 100 and 130 dB high levels, it's irrelevant, it's insignificant, it's implausible, really, really. This is where biological training is absolutely crucial. I'll give you a layman's or a layperson's example. X-rays are really bad for us, right? If I'm pregnant and I go into rooms full of X-rays, there's a chance of fetal deformation, right? And yet, we do get chest X-rays. We do get X-rays of the oral of the mouth, right? So how does this work? Because the time of exposure of a chest X-ray or of an X-ray of the teeth is so small that even if something happens in your body, the body is able to respond, it's resilient, and it recuperates from this very small, minute exposure to X-rays, right? But if we now put the person exposed to X-rays very low level, but over 24/7, oh, I'm sure these people are going to get sick. So you see this idea, and it's a continuous thing, you know, oh, the levels below audibility. Well, of course, infrasound by definition is you can't be heard. So for example, the expression audibility of infrasound is an oxymoron. It shouldn't even be scientifically accepted. This is an example. This is like the visualization of UV light or the visualization of X-rays. So just because you do not perceive it with your 5 senses does not mean that it isn't bad for you. And just because the levels in your home are much lower than the quote unquote audibility threshold for infrasound, just because they're much lower, the fact that you're exposed to it oftentimes 24/7, 365 days of the year, during sleep time, which is when your cells perform certain operations and functions that they don't do when they're awake. So I don't know what to say on this anymore. I mean, people are not trained, and I think they're opining in areas that they have no expertise in.
Can I just take you moving on to Dr. Can's recognition as well? This was something that was discussed in the case of Mrs. Spence's evidence at the beginning. So can I take you to paragraph 4.22? Dr. Yelland unfortunately wasn't wasn't able to adequately go through this this morning, but I'd like you to speak to this paragraph 4.22 about the room resonances and the wavelengths. Are you able to do that, Professor?
Well, this is not exactly my expertise, but I think this 422 is assuming that the walls of the enclosure are they can't move, and they're irrelevant to this topic. When you're talking about infrasound, minute vibrations can be imposed on the structure. And, you know, we have studies where we have one microphone outside and one microphone inside, and we can see the room resonances changing as with the wind. So wind direction and wind speed. So, you know, I think this is an old concept, you know, which imagines that walls of a house are completely innocuous to infrasound. And that may not be true.
I think the inference here is or implies that Mrs. Spence couldn't be affected by infrasound low frequency because the wavelengths were too long and the rooms in Mrs. Spence's house are too small.
I see. So what, infrasound just jumps over the house? Is that the idea? I mean, it sounds like the coal powder, you know, coal plants that, you know, here's the border, all the powder from the coal doesn't go over this line. I mean, come on. And again, I find that hard to believe coming from an acoustician, which Dr. Cand is. You know, this is it's quite ridiculous. I mean, we have, yes, I disagree with this. In fact, we've measured. I think we already have pictures of some of our measurements showing the amount of infrasound that is in the home. You know, so you know.
Just for clarity, I don't think the point that Dr. Yellen was making and to which Dr. Cand responded there was that there wasn't infrasound in the home. I think Dr. Yellen's point, which he then conceded when you were asking him about it, Mr. Grosvenor, wasn't the main point. He was saying you could have if there's infrasound in the home, the size, there could be resonance, greater resonance, if you like, because of the dimensions of the room. And I think what Dr. Cand is responding to there is not the idea that there is infrastructure within the home, but the point he was making there is that the wavelengths of infrasound are very much longer than the dimensions of a typical room, and therefore the room size wouldn't give cause to resonance effects. So I think there's a slightly more subtle point that was getting discussed there than can you have infrasound in the home.
Okay.
Do you want to respond to that?
Well, again, this is not my exact field of expertise, and I can only go with what we've measured. And we do find resonances in the homes, which vary with wind. So.
Then can I just take you to paragraph 4.25 in Dr. Cand's inquiry report? Oh, sorry, Dr. Cand's precognition.
Okay, hold on. So back to that one. So similarly, anecdotal evidence, is that the paragraph?
Yes.
Okay.
But particularly the statements that by Dr. Leventhal, which I think you're aware of Dr. Leventhal's work, aren't you, I believe?
You know, believe it or not, Dr. Jeff Leventhal and I are great friends, and we speak on a regular basis, and we exchange ideas, and we use each other as a sounding board. Of course, we agree to disagree in certain points, but so this part here, we are now in a confused situation. Is this what he is saying, Leventhal, in which many people hold sincere beliefs about infrasound?
Yes, that's right.
But these beliefs are based on false information, which have been fed to them by well-organized objector groups and their allies. This skillful and successful misinformation campaign, he really said this, which is largely based on repetition, serves only to heighten adverse effects while holding back research in significant areas. Well, I don't know exactly which is the better organized group for the propaganda, but I of course disagree with all of this. I agree that we are in a confused situation. And look, I don't think we have to be naive here. I think we all know what it means if a new occupational disease or a new environmental disease is identified and accepted. We all know what that means. That means money being shelled out by big industry, be it the opiates, the thalidomides, the glyphosates, the oil It doesn't matter which industry. We all know what's going on here, right? Or don't we? There is no scientific evidence for some of these statements that are put forth here. None. And yet they continue. And this is, look, I've been at this for 30 years. You think this is the first time that people come up with this? It's not. Jeff Leventhal has been at it longer than I have. So, so I don't know what you want me to say here. The symptoms discussed in relation to wind turbine syndrome or infrasound effects are more likely associated with noise-related stress in some people. Well, let's go to the microscope. Let's go to the biopsies. Let's go to brain MRIs. Why don't we? Oh no, we're going to continue with the questionnaires on annoyance and continuing to measure noise in dBAs so that we can come up with some audibility thing. You know, what are we going to do here? And indeed, we are all very confused. And most of it is propaganda coming out of the industry, not even the wind turbine industry. This did not start with the wind turbine. And it's not, by the way, the wind turbines industry responsibility to come up with permissible exposure levels. It's not. This is the responsibility of the governmental agencies who are responsible for public health, and they are not doing their jobs. It's nothing to do with the industry. They are following the rules.
And can I just bring you back?
Mr. Grosvenor, we're still not settling into this wind farm proposal.
That's exactly where I was going to come to. So, can I bring you back to this particular proposal?
Okay.
We've got a scheme before us for 13 turbines, 100 meters to blade tip, 150 meter rotor diameter, and 5.6 megawatts. And the nearest property is 1.26 kilometers. What's your scientific view of that, particularly?
I think it's awful. I think, you know, is this Pat Spence's property? Is this what she's going to get on top of what she already has?
The nearest property is another property called by the name of Kilrenny.
Wind turbine acoustic signatures have been measured by our team at 12 kilometers from the nearest wind turbine. It has been measured by the University of Flinders in Australia. I think it's 18 kilometers or something like this. And by the Aunio group in Finland, it has been measured at 300 kilometers away. You can actually identify the make and model of the wind turbine based on the acoustic signatures picked up. These are the Finnish guys from Nokia, you know, who are doing the signal analysis. So 1.2 kilometers, and these things are huge. You said 200 meters blade to tip and 150 meter rotor diameter. That's what, 75 meter blades? That's, you know, what's...
And they're 5.6 megawatt.
I would look, what do you want me to say here? People are getting sick with much less.
Just to give your professional opinion, Professor.
Yeah, I would flee the area. I would leave everything and flee because health comes first. But that's me. And if people want to stick around and see how sick they can get before something really drastic happens, well, that's up to them. But this is ridiculous to put this to, you know, we don't do this with other industrial complexes. We don't just go to a place, particularly a rural place, and decide to put a chemical factory or an airport or a pig factory. There are laws and rules for this, but not for wind turbines. This is, I'm sorry, this is awful. These people who most probably are already sick are just going to get sicker. So, you know, that could be proved if medical tests were given to these people, but no, just questionnaires about annoyance seems to be the common theme here. So I think this is awful. I think if this was coming near me, I would flee.
Dr. M, can I just ask a question? You'll appreciate our job is to write a report to ministers and to recommend them whether or not to consent this wind farm. And we have to give our reasons for that. So just so to understand, at heart, is your position that there shouldn't be wind farms built in the countryside, or are you saying there shouldn't be turbines above a certain size, or are you saying there should be a certain distance between a wind farm and people? Do you understand? If we were to take your evidence and reach a view that would cause us to recommend refusal, what's your position at heart? If you see what I mean?
I do, sir. I do, sir. And it's quite a conundrum, isn't it? Because we apparently need all this electrical energy, and we have found this way to apparently produce it as green. And we're now sticking them all over the place. I don't know what the solution is, sir. I don't know if the solution, sir, is smaller wind turbines, so the impact might not be so detrimental to human health. I don't know if perhaps similar to other industries, we define an area in the country and we say, right, this area of the country is where we're going to produce energy. And we stick everything in that area of the country. And so we wouldn't have to have people living on top of industrial complexes. And please note, this question or this question that you've put to me is a question that most, if not all, countries that I've dealt with also have. What is the solution? This is this is an issue that affects humanity. It's not just Miss Spence and this particular applicant in this particular country. And while we would like to, just look at our own belly buttons and think, oh, well, this is only here, it's not. And what is the solution? I don't know what the solution is. Certainly, making people sicker and sicker should not be an option. But, well, how is it the expression? Money talks and bullshit walks. That's what's happening. So I don't know the answer, sir, to your question. I don't know what the solution is. As for distances, science does not have enough knowledge to say, oh, well, this type of wind turbine in terms of megawatts, tip to rotor and blade length, this type of wind turbine has to be 20 kilometers away from any closest residence. We don't know that. I am not in the habit of just throwing things out into the air that I can't substantiate. So we don't know scientifically. We don't know what the safe distance is. I don't know what the solution to this wind turbine conundrum is. I'm so sorry. I wish I were some sort of engineer that I could help this with. But on planet Earth, if you have rotating blades, you're going to have infrasound. Period.
That's the end of my evidence in chief, examination in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor. Thank you, Professor Alves Piera.
You're welcome.
The next step is for you to be cross-examined by Mr. Thompson. I suggest we take a short break to allow Mr. Thompson to get ready and to give a break, Professor Piera. 10 minutes enough?
Yes.
Start back at 14:40.
Okay, very good. Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. Professor Alves Pereira, are you there?
I am.
Lovely.
Yes.
Good. I will then hand over to Mr. Thompson, who will start his questions for you.
Very good.
Thank you.
But I have no questions for Professor Pereira. Thank you very much, though.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Next up is any questions from the reporters. We just have one question for you, Professor Alves Pereira. You state in your precognition that you, and you referred to it earlier, that you've been conducting some infrasound and low frequency noise measurements at the home of Miss Spence.
Yes.
And the project is ongoing, and the report isn't available yet, so it isn't lodged as obviously as evidence to this inquiry. I wanted to ask you, have you looked at the noise monitoring reports prepared by the applicant for Dock Royal Farm? And do you have any comments on them?
Not really, I have to say, because most of these reports are conducted under the guidelines, which are inappropriate for evaluating infrasound or evaluating anything other than audible noise, audible sound. So I really gave not much, I did not look at it because it's, again, normally all around the world based on guidelines that are unscientific. So, no. But I can look at them if you would like and comment on them. I'm sure they went probably according to the ETSU guideline, I'm sure, and all of that. So then I've have exposure to those sorts of guidelines before, and they provide no useful information for me as a scientist. So no. The answer is no.
No, I don't think it's appropriate for us to take you to them then. I just wanted to know, within the context of obviously the measurements that you were doing at Dock Royal, whether you'd taken account of and whether you'd looked at the monitoring that the applicant had done. But if the answer is no, then we'll just leave it there.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Grosvenor, on that basis, do you have anything further you need to do in re-examination, bearing in mind it's really to focus on the questions that Professor Alves Pereira has been asked?
No, not at all. I think that the important thing that we've got a precognition before us. We've got an inquiry report before us that made sort of certain claims or counterclaims, and we felt it was important that Professor Alves Pereira has had an opportunity to talk to those. So no more further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you then, Mr. Grosvenor. And thank you very much, Professor Alves Pereira, for taking part in the inquiry.
Okay.
That's the end of your evidence.
Very good. Thank you.
So, okay, thank you. So we will now move on to Dr. Cand, albeit obviously we haven't finished the full set of objectors' evidence because of the illness of Dr. Yelland. Are you able to commence, Mr. Thompson?
Well, Madam, I'm grateful. I would request a 15-minute break because I hadn't been expecting to be leading Dr. Cand quite so soon. And there are matters arising from Dr. Yelland's evidence in chief that I'd like to consider before starting. I think if I have a few more minutes, it might make what I'm going to do more expeditious than otherwise.
That's absolutely understandable.
Thank you.
So if we say 3 o'clock, then would that be okay?
That'll be fine. Thank you, Madam.
Right, let's come back with Dr. Cand at 3 o'clock. Thank you. just waiting for Mr. Grosvenor and Dr. Khan to come back. Oh, there's Dr. Just give Mr. Grosvenor a minute to return. Okay, I think that's everybody back. Over to you, Mr. Thompson.
My witness for this session is Dr. Matthew Cand. Dr. Cand, I think that you're a senior associate with Hawley LLP, and they're Europe's longest established firm of consulting engineers. Their acoustics group is one of the UK's largest acoustic consultancies with more than 40 years experience in dealing with all types of sound and vibration issues. You specialize in the measurement, prediction, and assessment of different types of community and environmental noise. You hold a degree in engineering awarded in 2001 by the École Polytechnique in France. You were awarded in 2005 a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Mechanical Engineering at Imperial College London, following your research work where you investigated computational techniques of noise predictions for aircraft engines. And after various career events, which we can all read for ourselves in section 1 of your report, you have increasingly focused your work in the field of environmental noise assessment and development, particularly with particular expertise in wind farm acoustics. This followed your involvement in the practical assessment of over 70 wind farm projects. This included in particular the assessment of noise from the proposed Arecleoch wind farm extension. And you've provided expert evidence at a number of inquiries north and south of the border. You're a member of the UK Institute of Acoustics, and you've been a member of the working group set up by the Institute in response to a request from the Department of Energy and Climate Change to provide additional guidance on the assessment of wind turbine noise impact. The resulting good practice guide, which we have as CD 4.2, was published in 2013 and is recognised as relevant technical guidance in current English and Scottish planning policy. So with that introduction, can I ask you to have before you, please, both your recognition, which is CD 15.28, and your report, which is 15.22. And I've got a number of questions that I'd like to ask you arising from various recognitions and from the evidence that we've heard from Dr. Yelland. So could I start, please, by asking you to look at Susan Crothwaite's recognition, which is CD 23.106, and to look, please, at paragraph 9. Could you help us to understand what Ms. Crothwaite has done there and your comments on it, please?
So the document there is a predicted noise map, we'd call it, which shows contour lines, effectively lines of equal noise levels. So this shows the propagation of noise over a certain area. That was lodged as part of the application for the Clockery wind farm. But what you see here is the cumulative noise map. So you have you have to the north the turbines in blue, which are surrounded by these red lines of noise there. So that's the Clockery wind farm turbines. They're labeled C1 to C16, etc. But that also includes the noise from the Mark Hill wind farm, which are the orange dots in orange, labeled M1, M2, etc. And so what this shows is effectively the combined noise from Mark Hill and Clockery. And that's relevant because this was, the implication of lodging this is that the noise from the Clockery wind farm was, should have been taken into account as it affects properties near Bar Hill and the wider vicinity. But I explained in my evidence that the effect of Clockery is measurable at the properties we considered in the vicinity of the Arecleoch extension wind farm. And you can actually see that from the plots in a way. You can see that when you get to Bar Hill, those lines of noise, those isolines of noise are basically centered around Mark Hill turbines, and they're not the influence of the noise from the Clockery turbines. The shape doesn't really affect the contours there in that area. So what that that kind of illustrates visually what I stated in my evidence, which is my inquiry report where I dealt with this subject, which was specifically paragraph 317 in my inquiry report, which is 1522. So in the 1522 paragraph 317, I just explained that the Clockery was not assessed because the application was not before us at the time of assessment of Mark Hill, but of Clockery, of the development we're considering now, the extension of Arecleoch. But if it had been, we would have concluded that the influence of Clockery would have been negligible because you're talking about levels of below 25 dBA from Clockery itself, and which is 10 decibel below any of the other noise levels we're considering. So it becomes negligible, and that's clearly established in the guidance. Obviously, we did include in our cumulative noise analysis the Mark Hill wind farm, which is shown here. And the last I would make is that in the assessment for Clockery wind farm, that's shown on this chart you have in Mrs. Crossway evidence. They considered Mark Hill, but did not consider Arecleoch or the proposed extension because, again, they're too distant to have any appreciable acoustic contribution to the noise levels there. Again, this is effectively too distant to not be negligible.
But Mark Hill was taken into account by you in your initial report.
Yes, that's correct. It's clearly set out in the EIA.
Yeah. But before we move on, Dr. Cand, I'm certainly having a little interference on the sound from your end. I don't know if everyone else is, but before we move on, it might be easier if you can just see if there's anything that we can do to take the crackle away.
Yeah, I don't have a crackle, but I've got them up at 100% volume. It was slightly quiet.
Yeah. Is there anything you can do to increase the volume at your end, Dr. Cand?
I can. I was hoping that using a headset as an acoustician, I was hoping that using a headset would minimize any echoes, but I can try and improve things. Is that better?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. In that case, let's press on and try that. The next point, I think, involves baseline monitoring at Kilrenzy, again, from Susan Crosswaite's evidence in her recognition 23.83 and her views about location A. Can you help us on that, please, Dr. Cand?
if you just go 2383. So I think the point was raised by Mrs. Crossway that we did not undertake monitoring at Kilrenny, or Kilrenny, if that's the correct pronunciation, and there was a deficiency in the assessment, I guess, is the implication. But I explained in my report that I can give you a reference, but in any case, yes, sorry, it's my inquiry report 1522, paragraph 3.5. I explained that the principle of ETSU 97 was to avoid doing baseline monitoring that would include existing noise from an existing wind farm. And so, because the idea is that there's a limit set above this background level. So if we kept measuring with existing turbine noise, it would push the limit higher and higher and higher, which would be unreasonable. So it's always preferable, if we have that data, to refer to data before turbines are installed in proximity. So that's why we reference the measured data for the Arecleoch wind farm developments, which was done obviously prior to the construction of Arecleoch, rather than undertake new measurements. This property and others of the similarly close to the Arecleoch turbines, there was a possibility they would be influenced by this wind farm. So,
did all that? Sorry, Dr. Khan, please go ahead.
Okay, I guess the points made in CD 2383 was, why did we only measure down at properties down in Bar Hill? Well, these additional measurements were to supplement the existing baseline data. We had measurements closer to the wind farm because of the additional area that expanded with the extension. We had to cover a wider geographic area, including properties in Bar Hill, which had not been monitored previously. And we discussed that with the council at the early stages, and their noise consultant Acon, and we agreed that was a good strategy.
And then I think that the next point arising from Ms. Crosswaite's recognition at 23.106 is at paragraph 15, where she raises the potential influence of Mark Hill turbines on the locations in Bar Hill.
Yes, so that is a good question, and it's obviously something that we considered. And we considered that in my technical appendix to the EIA, because it's it's a point of I would say detail. So if you take CD 1.5, so that's technical appendix 13.1, I believe part 1 of it's a document. It's a bit big, I'm afraid, but it's cut in 4 parts. So part 1, paragraph 4.6.9, page 17, and what we explain there is that we, because that was an issue that could have been, an issue in this case, but we considered it. I mean, first of all, during all our visits to site, we did not experience noise, clear level of noise from the Mark Hill turbines at any of these properties. But there was always the possibility that it could have been a factor during the measurement period when we were not there visiting. So we looked at an analysis of, I mean, most of the time the wind was coming from the south, which meant that all the measurement properties would be upwind of Mark Hill, so have limited influence from the wind farm. But we looked at every single of these properties, we looked at whether there would be higher noise levels during northerly winds when the property would be downwind from Mark Hill, and there was no such clear effects. And in combination with the properties being more than 2 kilometers away, we considered that mitigated that risk sufficiently.
Could we move on then to one of Ms. Crosswaite's documents, CD 23.97, the noise monitoring locations B.
Yeah, I've got it.
And I think her comments in her precognition also at paragraph 21. Could you help us to understand this point, please?
Right. So, I mean, what she was explaining is that she undertook the measurements as a layperson who's not doing these types of measurements, but the idea was to add to the body of evidence. But I guess my main concern with undertaking measurements when we not so used to doing these things is it can be you can make errors and not necessarily interpret the measurements correctly. So if we look at the the monitoring levels at Kilrenny, which are on page 3 of that CD 2397, I mean, what we see is a pretty standard sound level meter by the looks of it. I mean, I don't have any of the specifications of it or any of the kind of information you would normally have from a practitioner doing these measurements, but which is perfectly normal given that that's not a profession. But what I see is a sound level meter with a small standard windshield there, about the size of a small ball, which to measure, when you measure in unweighted linear levels, like she says, she measured not the A-weighted levels but the linear levels. Well, that will just be strongly corrupted by things like wind noise, and so you need a lot of care to undertake these measurements in outdoor positions like that, and not in the low frequency region, which is the big area of debate here. It's very difficult to measure without being influenced by wind noise or just the other natural sources of infrasound. But when we see then on figures 6 and 7 these levels showing these much higher levels in the linear, when we don't apply this A weighting filter, well, that's not surprising to me. You would just get that. I mean, first of all, you just get that in most noise environments, but in particular here, if it was a bit of a wind blowing, that would probably explain this large kind of broadband. There's this large curve that's kind of smooth and broadband. Or you can see that on the next figures, the figures 8 and 9 on the next page. That that I think it was discussed. There was a sort of suggestion there was a harmonic series there showing evidence of these infrasound pattern, but you can't really see that. It just looks like just very broadband with some micro fluctuations there. That's just, I mean, my guess would have to be that that's mainly wind noise, just general distant environmental noise, rather than anything significant or related to the wind turbines. And it's just very difficult to interpret these without all the details, but there's nothing really surprising or significant in there, as I explained in my evidence, really.
But before we move on, Dr. Camp, this might be a good place for you to explain the significance or lack of it of A weighting.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so A weighting gets discussed a lot in this in all the evidence. That was discussed. It just reflects human hearing. So it just reflects how we value and weight different frequencies, and it just reflects the general pattern of human hearing. So that's not to say it should always be used and blindly used, but there are some cases where you have to look at, certainly when quantifying infrasound, it's true that you should not use A weighting. We covered that in our technical appendix report. We covered the various situations in which it's appropriate or not appropriate to use A weighting. But conversely, that doesn't mean that simply because linear levels are higher than A weighted levels, that there's as a logical consequence that there's an infrasound issue there. We just have to be a bit more careful than that. And that's just well understood in the field.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cant. Could we move on then to the compliance monitoring at Dock Royal Farm and think about Dr. Yellen's recognition, which I think is CD 23.108, and look at section 5, where there's a criticism of the compliance assessment at Ms. Spencer's property. Could you look then at section 5?
Yes. So this is where one of the criticisms, I guess, is that there's a discussion, there's a comment saying that we don't have the full spectrum of required data as per the conditions of consent. I think my interpretation of that is a criticism that that there was not measurement data was not acquired at all wind speeds, I guess, is my interpretation of that. And it's true that originally we can go to the report, but essentially, despite doing measurements for almost a year, some of the highest wind speeds, there was not enough data to acquired in the right conditions, with all the turbines operating with the right wind directions, etc., etc. But that is not necessarily that's not really a problem in this case, because what we're dealing with here is what is called all modern turbines nowadays. The technology is pretty settled. It's what is called a pitch regulated variable speed turbine. So what does that mean is that after reaching a certain wind speed, to regulate the power to not produce too much power, the blades turn off the wind because they can rotate along their axis. So then what happens is, and there's countless measurements showing that the turbine reaches a certain maximum noise levels, say moderate wind speeds of around 7 and 8 meters per second, and that is explained. I guess I could take you to the good practice guide, which is CD 4.2, page 12 and 13. So if we look at CD 11.2, sorry, 4.2. And page 12, 13, you go paragraph 2.9.2. So what that explains is that if you look at towards the middle of paragraph 2.9.2 is saying with increasing hub heights, and pitch regulated turbine may achieve its maximum sound power level at a standardized wind speed of around 7 or 8 meters per second. So what that means is, by those wind speeds, we've already reached the kind of maximum noise that the turbines will produce at source. So once we've covered, and which that was covered in the compliance report, Mrs. Spence property. For each of the various wind farms that were being assessed, we'd got enough data up to around that region where the turbines reached their maximum noise levels. And on that basis, there was therefore, it was therefore agreed that we'd collected enough data, and it was not necessary to measure even longer, up to 10 meters per second.
Just help us to understand from a simplistic layman's perspective why it is that just waiting for a day when the wind is blowing at more than 10 or 11 meters per second isn't enough to enable you to do meaningful monitoring. But what else do you need?
Well, we need, there can be strong winds, but we need, most of the turbines on the wind farm to be operating that we're studying. We need to measure at night time as well to minimize the influence of other noise sources in the environment and distant other noise sources. We need to have the right wind direction. So particularly for Mark Hill, that was quite difficult because we waiting for these northerly winds, which could tend to occur less often. And also there was the difficulty that measurements were done at Arecleoch while this wind farm was still being effectively commissioned. So there was a long period while not all the turbines were fully operational. So that caused some extra delays. But effectively, there was a it can take some time, and it was not considered either necessary or proportionate to measure for much longer, because like I said, as the wind speed will increase, the turbine noise will be the same, but just all the other sources like the vegetation noise and all these corrupting sources will increase. So the noise from the turbines will become less and less measurable in any case.
In your professional experience, did you find there was anything particularly unusual in the fact of being able to secure satisfactory monitoring at those high wind speeds over such a long period of time?
I mean, I've come across similar cases where we had to measure a long time, and it was generally in similar situations where we're trying to monitor during a case where the wind farm is not, is still being commissioned, and obviously the alternative would have been to say wait several months for this to happen and then to undertake the monitoring. But obviously, Mrs. Spence was was very distressed, and there was obviously the idea was to go there and start the monitoring as soon as possible because of the concerns raised. So it's a difficult balance, but I think overall, that it's a pretty long period of time for these kind of measurements. But given that we were measuring 3 wind farms in different directions, that one of them being commissioned, that would explain it.
Could you move on then, please, to one of Dr. Yellen's larger issues, which was the proposition that larger turbines mean more noise. Could you help us to understand that issue, please?
So I covered it in my evidence in respect of, so it's in my inquiry report, I talk about this idea that larger wind farms produce more noise, and why that's not necessarily the case. Because in paragraph 4.4 of CD 1522, which is my inquiry report, I explained that. Yes, I explained that the increase the increase in noise levels, which you could expect because it's complex. There's a lot of factors at play to what influences the noise levels produced by a turbine, but it's broadly related, I guess, to the rotor diameter. However, at the same time as the rotor diameter they've increased, there's also been some improvement in technology. In this case, we know that the candidate machine that we've assessed has this thing called serrated trailing edges. So I explained that again in my technical appendix. I mean, I could take you to that if that's useful. But we basically explained that this serrated edge trailing edge technology can reduce noise levels by around 2 decibels. In my technical appendix. So basically, that's compensated the increase in size. But I think it was a bit clearer this morning that from Dr. Yellen's evidence that his main concern was in relation to larger turbines producing more infrasound emissions. That is the proposition. He kind of the kind of hypothesis he had. So I think that, well, first of all, I don't think there's any evidence that he could show that would show that that's the case. Certainly at residential properties. I know there's I'm aware of a number of studies that showed that there wasn't particularly an effect of in terms of larger turbine causing more low frequency noise. In respect to the evidence, to the reasoning he set out, it was mainly relating to the larger blades creating more low frequency noise because they're larger. But that it's confusing because the main mechanism for infrasound is not radiations from the blade. It's been identified again since the 80s that it's the interaction of the blade passing in front of the flow from the tower of the turbine. So, as he explained this morning, it obviously as the turbine was turned from downwind the other way, very quickly we realized that it was a problem. So they were turned to upwind, but there's still, very light interaction of the turbine blade with the tower. That creates, this level of infrasound, which you can measure, but is very low, as I explained in my evidence. So that it's not, it's not clear why the increase of blade lengths would be, would affect that. And this new mechanism he proposes is, well, I don't think there's any clear evidence for that. It seems speculative to me. But even if you took his evidence as face value, he suggested that it's a linear thing. So if you double the size of the blades, and that's what's radiating the infrasound, that would double the level of it's a linear relationship. It would double the level of the infrasound. Well, that would only correspond to a 3 decibel increase. And I've explained in my marginal increase in noise, but like I've explained in my evidence, that there's a considerable amount of measurements that have shown time and time again that the levels of infrasound at typical receptors are in the order of 60 to 70 decibels, much below, orders of magnitude below the perception threshold. So this marginal increase there of 3 decibel wouldn't change that. And just to emphasize, I mean, Dr. Yellen talked about the decibel nature of noise. This means that when we're talking about, there's evidence out there that infrasound at hundreds and hundreds of decibels can be perceived and can cause some effects then. But when we're talking about levels of 60 or 70 decibels, that's not just a bit quieter. It's you're talking about hundreds or dozens of it's 2 orders of magnitude below. So it's pressures that just the actual physical pressures are much lower. So the marginal increase on that, which there's no evidence for, would not support that. it wouldn't change the situation basically significantly. That infrasound levels are very low. The other, maybe I could go to the points in Dr. Yellen's report that he went through this morning.
Just before you do that, Dr. Kent, could you give us the page reference for the serrated edge solution in the technical appendix?
Yes, so if you take core document 1.5, technical appendix 13.1, so it's page 23. Have a description of the kind of turbines we considered for the extension, and it's in paragraph 5.3.2. So at the bottom of page 23, paragraph 5.3.2, and it describes this serrated trailing edge technology. So what this is simple. It seems quite simple. It's just kind of teeth that are stuck on the end of the thin end of the blades. But this simple addition of teeth, these little teeth, just reduce the levels by decibel, which is which is quite it's almost halving of energy. So it's pretty impressive, and that compensates the marginal increase you may have from the size of the turbines. And if you go to that, it's showed quite well. If you go to the next page, which is, you've got table 10, it shows the sound power levels for the various turbines we considered, and you can see in one of the columns is the Vestas V150, so 150 meter rotor diameter, where you've got maximum levels of about 107 decibels in terms of sound power. But you compare that to the other turbines' rotor diameters, which vary between 80 and 90 or 100, even 114 meters. You can see that they're all within about 3 decibel of each other. So they're all broadly, in broad terms, they're all within they all have comparable noise emission levels. So just to say that the increase in noise, I know it's a source of concern for local residents. I got that from the evidence raised, but it doesn't really transpire in the reality.
I'm afraid I interrupted you with the serrated edge point when you were just about to move on.
Yes. What should we go to Dr. Yellen's report, which is the CD 23105, I believe. Yes. And we're going to page 34 of that report. So this is you've got some in section 5.5 of this report. There is figures that were discussed at length by Dr. Yellen this morning as key evidence of stronger noise levels produced by turbines in the infrasound range. So first of all, I made some general comments about that is not plausible because of the mechanism hasn't really changed substantially. But I think this is not something, like I said in my precognition, I couldn't really cover every single point raised in all these documents lodged, but I know that this particular bit of data shown here for this turbine, which is a repower Senvion MM92 turbine, is based on a test report which I've seen, the original test report, and these figures here produced by Dr. Yellen, they're not a correct interpretation of that test report. And I believe that's been explained to him in the past, but he's not corrected that these charts. So it's frustrating, but essentially you can see if you look at them. Well, first of all, the contention was that these kind of turbines were measured in a study in 2006, which we referenced which was referenced in my evidence. but you know, like I explained, the study did not evidence any strong level of infrasound. So even on the basis of the case Dr. Yellen was running, there's no evidence of the turbines are affecting receivers with high infrasound levels. I've explained why it's implausible, but the third point is this report doesn't show what he thinks it does. You know, there was some measurement showing some level of measured noise in the low frequency region, but there was no, you know, I think he's applied the wrong weighting on the data, and you can see the strange shape of the curve where it goes, the black curve on figure 12, which goes down and then back up, is it's just an artifact of the way he's misinterpreted the data. I think the most likely thing going on here is just wind noise. You know, again, it's wind noise on the microphone there, which are not really designed to measure these frequencies. And it was poorly explained in the test report, but still it should have been interpreted more cautiously by Dr. Yelland. The other point is on the second page, 35, figure 13. He explained, he converted this sound pressure level, which is this blue curve. He said, well, I've converted it to a power level in watts. And you get levels about 300 to 900 watts, but I've done the calculation myself. The levels are out by a factor of 100. You know, it's about 10 watts really when you reference things to the correct reference level for power. So I think that was misleading to give the impression there's 1,000 watts of infrasound produced by this wind turbine. When it's more likely what we're seeing here is it's not probably in this frequency range, it's probably not produced by the turbine, or there's certainly no, we don't know the contribution of that's produced by a turbine and the contribution that's produced by just the wind on the microphone. And in any case, the actual powers, there's an error there. So it's not representative, but there's just no, I've not seen any evidence that support that contention that there's more infrasound produced. Actual measurements showing that larger turbines will produce more infrasound.
Could I ask you then about another of Ms. Crosswaite's points, and that's the Louth Canal decision, 23.60, and the question of its relevance to larger blade sizes.
Oh, is that the question? I guess you can, well, if you take, I know because we were involved in the assessment for that project, and where you can tell, well, it was basically a Nordex N80 turbine. Was so 80 meter rotor diameter turbine that was being considered for this appeal. So rather than, I guess the larger turbines being considered in this particular scheme, if that's your question, you can tell that from, not from the appeal decision necessarily, but from our rebuttal document to Dr. Yellen, which was submitted as 23, it's probably 23, is the D, just the number before. So you have the reference today. Yes, is 2361. And we mention on page 5, paragraph 1.9 of CD 2361. It's explained there the candidate turbine for that last canal scheme was a Nordex an 80 wind turbine, which is a 80-meter rotor diameter. So not specifically a rotor diameter more than 100 meter.
Is there any further assistance that the reporters can obtain from that decision, do you think?
In this particular case, there was a dispute between Dr. Yellen, who was acting for some of the local residents, and ourselves about the parameters of the assessment. So not about infrasound so much at the time, but there was a debate about the parameters of the assessment in terms of the correct measurement positions, whether the correct measurement positions have been used, and factors such as these, which are covered. But I don't know if it's really useful to go to these. I mean, I could go to these if need be, but for this particular scheme, the Arecleoch extension, I think Dr. Yellens explained he does not have these types of disagreements. But in the case of the last canal decision, I think the inspector essentially agreed that suitable noise conditions were derived and could be met by the team, and that was not the reason for refusal. There's essentially the ETSU R97 assessment, the national and UK guidelines and good practice, and all these general recommendations had been done, done to a level that would not represent a problem for the turbines for the particular scheme. The objection was more in relation to a combination of factors. I could show
moving on then. Moving on then, Dr. Can, to the Alta Karnak application and the proposition that SPR is somehow acting inconsistently by, on the one hand, objecting to that, and on the other hand, promoting the present application.
So in this case, I covered that in part in my precognition, which is so 1528, paragraph 4.12. And 4.13. Sorry, that's not my precognition. My report. So 4.12, 4.13. I explained that the main concern raised was in relation to the assessment for Alta Karnak that was not following good practice, and there was not enough information there in terms of certainly the robustness of the cumulative assessment that had been undertaken. Was not robust. It was difficult to, and you can tell that from reading core document 2399 and 2300. The key issue was there was not enough information to demonstrate that suitable cumulative noise levels could be achieved at the nearest properties. In particular, Lagish, which is south west of Pat Spence's house. That was the particular area of concern, and how that could, that could be an issue for Scottish Power, who operated other wind farms in the area. they did not follow the general guidelines of the good practice guide. So that was the main issue. And I think to compare the situation is quite different from the current situation. So if we look at 2399, which is core document 2399, which is basically the rebuttal, the comments from Scottish Power on, they were indicating that should there be minded to consent the scheme, there would have to be, as a minimum, some conditions on the noise levels for the scheme, although that was not their preference. So if you look on page, they're not numbered, but page 7 of that document, there's a table showing the kind of predicted levels that were being discussed. So Arecleoch, I don't think there's evidence in that inquiry, but I'm aware of it because we reviewed that at the time before it was withdrawn or refused. That you had three turbines within a kilometre of Dockrell Farm, and you look at this table 1 on that 7th page of the CD 2399. It shows that the levels predicted at Dockrell Farm were in the region of about 37 decibels, which whereas the predictions for the particular extension here we're discussing are more in the region of 30 decibels because we have turbines 3 kilometers away. So it's a very different situation there. You had turbines much closer to these properties with high noise level, but more, particularly there was not enough information there to conclude that cumulative levels could be secured and in line with SUR 97 really. And I know there were further discussions subsequently to that, but that was so it's a different situation. It's not really comparable. Where in this case we've had a very robust assessment that's been. We had consultation all along the way with South Ayrshire Council and a specialist noise consultant, and we could demonstrate that the cumulative noise level would be controlled in line with current good practice guidelines.
And could I take you next, please, to paragraph 4.8 of your inquiry report, which is CD 15.22.
Yes.
You were taken to task about your measurement of pascals.
Yes. This is just to put. This is not meant to be a proof that infrasound is not causing these effects. That the evidence I refer to is the review. Well, there's a large number of these reviews, but I thought to be most helpful to the inquiry, I just referenced the UK Health Protection Agency, which reviewed all the evidence available, and they concluded, you can see that in 4.7, they said, well, there's no suggestion that infrasound below the hearing threshold levels is capable of causing adverse effects. So what that means is that's what it means, that's when you're looking at the levels below the hearing threshold, which in theory could be problematic, but there's no evidence that it does. The only evidence of adverse effects is when the levels are very high. So in the next paragraph, I was putting that in context, to the idea that just to give a bit more of a, just a physical appreciation of what these levels mean physically. Yes, the ear is very, very sensitive to noise at certain frequencies. It can detect, around 1 kilohertz. Yes, it can detect levels around the micropascal at 1 kilohertz. Yeah, that's where our hearing is very sensitive, and our ears are very good at picking up these frequencies. But the low, this infrasound region, even though the sound pressures can be very high, well, higher than a micropascal certainly, but let's say hundreds or tenths of a pascal even, which you have with natural infrasound is in that region. It's about hundreds to tenths of pascal. Well, this idea that insidiously it's vibrating or affecting our body in physical ways, which is the contention of these various groups, and the contention we've heard. I would just say, well, I mean, there's a number of reasons why it's implausible, but that just puts in perspective. We're talking about very, very small pressures. You know, the other factor which I didn't get into, but that these very large wavelengths, you know, like I said, in the infrasound region, you talk about wavelengths of between 15 and 300 meters. So you're talking about large pressure waves that are very long. They affect the whole body in the same way. So it's different to vibration, where you can have resonances of internal organs and all that. Whereas these very, very minute variations in pressure around your whole body, it's just to put that in context. It's implausible that causing these insidious health effects. Obviously, at higher pressures, when you expose people to 120 decibels, which is 140 decibels, then that's above the perception threshold. But and then that may these much higher levels that could cause well, there's clear evidence it causes effects at high levels. There's plenty of evidence of that. I think Professor Pereira showed, has summarized a lot of these studies. But the problem with these studies is they also, they when you have levels of these frequencies, you also probably have a lot, well, possibly you have a lot of audible noise as well, plus all sorts of things going on. So to show that it's specifically the infrasound causing these effects is that takes more, takes a more careful analysis, really.
And could I ask you, please, Dr. Count, whether you agree with Dr. Yellen's suggestion that there's a fundamental lack of evidence of infrasound measurements of large turbines?
No, there's been, I didn't cite them all, I guess, simply because it didn't seem proportional or useful to the study, really. But there's certainly been lots of measurements of turbines, from the early days of the industry in the late 80s to now. There's continually studies showing showing that the levels of infrasound are low. Because every time there's a study that puts this to rest, there's someone else says, well, we need more research, so there's a further study done. But I've never seen any evidence that would support, or this idea that there's particularly stronger infrasound from the larger turbine, that the noise is emitted by the blades as hypothesized by Dr. Yelland. And there's been a lot of these measurements done always in the infrasound region. Keep showing the same thing time and time again.
Finally, I think, Dr. Cand, do you have any further comments you'd like to make about Ms. Spencer's criticisms of the locations, age of the monitoring equipment that was used at her property?
In terms of the location, the position of it, well, yeah, I saw that. I mean, I've talked to my obviously I didn't install that equipment, but I talked to my colleague Mark Jiggins, who installed it. It was a joint visit with the representative of ACON, who were acting on behalf of the council, and there was just general agreement reached on on a suitable location. I explained that in my evidence, but we don't have a recollection of her objecting to that particular position or expressing the idea that we should have measured closer to that wall, for example. I mean, look, you know, it was a few years ago, and like she said, it was a bit of a fraud process. So it may be that she came to that view subsequently, but certainly that wasn't our recollection that at the time she'd expressed these concerns of them about being, you know, a slightly more suitable position to the east. Well, sorry, slightly closer to this wall in particular. I think, you know, I think from what I can see, I don't think it would really significantly affect the results in any case. And you know, like I explained already in my evidence, that there's a balance that needs to be made between the practical consideration, getting power to the unit, but not being too close to vegetation, not being too exposed, not being too close to reflective surfaces that have to be balanced, and there's just a reasonable choice of position that was done. So that's it really, and you know, I don't agree that it was unsuitable for the purpose. The equipment, both indoors and outdoors, well, you know, outdoors was a perfectly suitable high precision sound level meter that was employed there, that's completely in line with the guidance requirements. For the internal noise measurements, that's less clearly defined, but we had to use a very low noise microphone. It did reach to low frequencies, but you know, again, there was no suggestion that we needed to go to, you know, there's certainly no need to go down to these absolute low frequencies, which are not significant really.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cand. Thank you, Madam. That concludes my examination in chief.
Okay, Dr. Cand, I was going to ask you about the matter of Ms. Spence's monitoring as well. I've got one further question on that. I'm going to be asked it now rather than going back to it tomorrow. She also referred to the fact that the data from the internal monitoring hadn't been shared. And I wonder whether you can provide any explanation of that for us.
Well, you know, it's not my, you know, it's not our responsibility. It was certainly Scottish Power's position, as you know, who've commissioned this data measurement, that they were waiting. I believe, you know, from speaking to representative of Scottish Power, my understanding is they were waiting on, they were wanting information from Pat Spence on what kind of analysis would be done with that data. That if a noise expert, be that Dr. Yellen, if he acts for her, or Professor Alves Pereira to explain how they would analyze the data, then they would be on that basis prepared to release the information. I believe that's the position, but that's not really, that's not really a question for me as technical advisor. But certainly all the data that supported the external noise measurements and the vibration measurements, which were explained in the report, I believe is CD 11.8. These were all released to Spence, but the internal measurements, you know, that was not part of the, you know, the information requested by the council. So that is a different issue, really.
Okay, thanks for that. Just that was a question that we had. That takes us to just after 4 o'clock. So I suggest it's a good place to stop. That would mean that when we start in the morning, I think we'll first of all check whether Dr. Yelland is able to join us. In that instance, we would allow his cross-examination and questions from us. If not, then we'll just go straight to continue with Dr. Cairns. Is that okay? We can take stock in the morning if you've got any views on that we can deal with any procedural matters first thing. But we can't really make a decision until we know how Dr. Yelland's feeling. Is that okay? If so, thank you for your involvement today, and see you again tomorrow at 10 a.m.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye.